done so, please. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
it's Councillor Peter Gibson here. We can't get onto my computer, so Betty and I are on one computer. Is
Right,
that
okay.
okay?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I
Thank
think
you.
a few people experienced some technical issues today.
Yeah.
So as long as we're aware, we can just proceed with the meeting.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Good afternoon, and thank you all for attending this meeting of Council. Please note the meeting is being live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel, and I welcome members of the press and public who may be viewing this meeting remotely. Move on to the formal business of the meeting. Can we take the notice convening the meeting as read?
Agreed, Mr. Mayor.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. The next item is the minutes of the last meeting of Council held on the 3rd of March 2021. Can we agree the minutes?
Agreed.
Agreed, Mr. Mayor.
Agreed.
Was somebody trying to get me attention there, or? Nope. Okay, thanks. Just checking. Next, declarations of interest. If any member has a declaration of interest, can they please indicate by using the raised hand facility or switch on their camera if they do not have this facility. We now move on to item 4, which is announcements. Members of the public viewing this meeting may notice that a number of our councillors are wearing T-shirts designed by a Philip Normal to raise funds for the Terence Hickes Trust. The T-shirts were produced following the success of the television programme It's a Sin, and the sale of the T-shirts has raised over £250,000 for the Trust. I'm sure you will agree it's a worthy cause to support. As the municipal elections in May approach, there are a number of colleagues who have indicated that they will be retiring at the end of their current term of office. As this will be their last council meeting, I would therefore pay tribute to these members. If anyone would like to make a comment, and if any retiring councillors wish to respond and address council, I will offer the opportunity at the end of this announcement. Starting with the longest serving member, Councillor Anne Lawson, has served Shiny Row Ward Council since 1998. Anne is a retiring housing manager, having spent many years for a social housing provider, addressing the housing needs of older people. She served on many of the council's committees and has previously served as chair on the Coalfields Area Committee, chair of Sunderland Care and Support from its inception in 2020, and has also served as a school governor. In addition, she was a member of key regional bodies such as Tyne and Wear Trade and Standards, Joint Committee of Pension Funds, Integrated Transport Authority, and the North East Combined Authority of Audit and Standards Committee. I now move on to Councillor Robert Oliver. He served as a councillor of St Chad's Ward from 2004 to 2014, subsequently in St Michael's Ward since 2016. He has served twice as Leader of the Opposition and has stood as a Conservative parliamentary candidate for voting in Sunderland South in 2010 and for Sunderland Central in 2017. He served on numerous council scrutiny committees and most recently the Scrutiny Coordinating Committee on the outside bodies, including the Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Authority from 2017 to 2020 and the North East Combined Authority Scrutiny Committee from 2018 to 2010. He is retiring to move to Northumberland with his family. Councillor Amy Wilson has represented the Pallion Ward since 2004. Again, she has served on many of the council's committee and in doing so had a lead role as both chair and now vice chair on licensing and regular committees. She was a cabinet member with portfolio for environment and transport from 2018 to 2020. In the community, she has served on the Pallion Action Group as a trustee on the Parker Memorial Home, Lambton Street Fellowship Centre and St Luke's Neighbourhood Trust, as well as serving as a school governor. Next, Councillor Bob Francis has been councillor in the Fulwell Ward since 2008. He is a former deputy leader of the Conservative group and was previously the vice chair of the Children's Scrutiny Committee, bringing his professional experience in teaching and family law to the council scrutiny process. He also served on the health scrutiny, licensing and planning. Bob was a governor of 2 Fulwell schools, and long after his retirement as a teacher, he continued to share his passion for the science education in the council chamber. Next is Councillor John Kelly, who was first appointed to the council in 2008 as a ward councillor for Washington North. Initially serving on a number of committees, including the former Environment and Attractive City Scrutiny Committee, he became a cabinet member in 2011 with a portfolio for public health, wellness and culture, which then became Communities and Culture portfolio and latterly Vibrant Cities. His main focus was on area and communities in order to develop and promote cultural strategy and initiatives. With this portfolio, John served on an array of outside bodies related to arts, culture and sport, including the Sunderland Lifestyle Partnership Board, the Washington Sports Trust and the Tyne and Wee Archives and Museums Joint Committee. He retired from Cabinet in 2020. Next is Councillor Bob Bernard Scaplehorn, who has represented the Washington West Ward since 2008. He's chaired both the Washington Area Committee and former Development Control Subcommittee that covered in Hetton. Also the Horton and Washington area. In the community, he has served as a Springwell Community Venture, Washington Sports Trust and Bowes Railway Company, as well as being a school governor. Next is Councillor Ronnie Davison, who was elected in the Red Hill Ward in 2012. She served on the Healthy Scrutiny Committee and was vice chair of the North Sunderland Area Committee. She also served on health scrutiny joint committees between South Tyneside and Sunderland, as well as being a member of the Children's Centre and local advisory partnership board, serving as a school governor. Next is Councillor Paula Hunt, who was elected to councillor for Riot Ward in 2016. She served on the Standing Advisory Committee on Religious Education and as the vice chair of the Scrutiny Coordinating Committee. In addition, she was appointed to the regional scrutiny committees on the North East Combined Authority, as well as being trustee on the North Sunderland Empire Theatre Trust, the Sunderland Orphanage and Educational Foundation, and also a school governor in her area. Councillor Julia Jackson has been a ward councillor in St Peter's Ward since 2012. She's played key roles as chair of the former Planning and Highways Committee and Development Control North Sunderland Subcommittee, as well as serving on the Economic and Prosperity and Children's Educational Skills Scrutiny Committee. In addition to serving as a school governor, she has also held positions on the Northumbria Police and Crime Panel, the Roker Regatta, Combined Clubs Committee and the St Peter's Church Bakehouse CAF. Next is Councillor Christine Marshall, who was appointed in the Doxford Ward in 2012. She served as Vice Chair for the East Area Committee and was also a member of the Corporate Parenting Board and the Economic Prosperity Scrutiny Committee. She's also served in her community on the Doxford Park Community Association and as a school governor and is involved with Children's Centre's Local Advisory Partnership Board. Can I thank all those retiring from council for their contributions? If any member wishes to speak, will they please indicate, please?
Councillor Pat Smith, Councillor Lawson, Councillor Francis, Councillor Davison, Councillor Oliver, I think that's all the members, Mr. Mayor. If there's anybody whose name I haven't called out, if they could indicate, please.
Can we just check those, please, Elaine?
So that's Councillor Pat Smith, Councillor Lawson, Francis, Davison and Oliver.
Thanks, Elaine. That's where I've got. Councillor Pat Smith, would you like to
Yes.
speak, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Leader,
Mayor.
can you turn your camera off, please, if you don't mind? Thank you.
Yes.
Carry on, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did pay tribute to our colleagues at the Labour group, so I won't go over that, just to say they'll all be very badly missed because they've got so much experience, and I wish them well. I would like to pay tribute to Councillor Bob Francis. He was the Vice Chair on the Education and Skills Scrutiny Committee, and I would just like to say that a nicer man I haven't really met. He's a lovely person, and he did the job very well, and I'm sure everyone always had a good word for him. So with that, I would like to wish him well and say I hope he enjoys his retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Next, Councillor Ann Lawson. Can't see you, Councillor Lawson. What I'll do is I'll move on and then come back to you at the later. Councillor Bob Francis.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Councillor Francis.
I think I'm on screen as well.
Carry on. Yep.
And it's been a difficult year, Mr. Mayor, and I would like to thank you for your good-natured, patient yet firm way in which you've handled council. I gave some little reflection on my experiences on the council, and scrutiny, of course, comes to mind. I had the good fortune to be new to the council when Norma Wright was the leader of scrutiny, running scrutiny, and she instilled us with the passion she had for scrutiny. Pat, you really did embarrass me there. Those very kind things you said about me. Thank you so very much. I took the decision to leave council back in 2016 during the election because of the effect the weather had on me, and also a question that was put to me as I walked along Ambleside Terrace. There was a gentleman stopped me and asked me why you MPs, pointing at me, should have the vote in the forthcoming referendum when the man in the street wasn't getting a vote. And I thought, oh dear, is this what it's come to? When I joined the council, there were 22 Conservative councillors, and that whittled down to the Super Six: Shirley, Peter, who I knew from school days, George, a long-time colleague in Fulwell, Robert, who kindly invited me to be his deputy for a couple of years, and Mike Dixon with his wonderful knowledge of football. To our newer members, as great fellows, you've got the energy of youth, lots of new ideas, and you understand IT, which is the bane of my life. I'd like to thank the people of Fulwell for electing me and re-electing me, and to my many friends in the Labour group and other groups, I wish you all the very best in the years to come, and I hope that very soon you'll be able to enjoy retirement. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you for your kind words, Councillor Francis. Councillor Davison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to say what a privilege it's been to represent the people of the Red Hill ward, and also to serve on the Health and Wellbeing Scrutiny Committee, which included my involvement with the South Tyneside councillors on the Path to Excellence programme. I'd also like to thank Mr. Mayor, some councillors, if you will allow me. Firstly, Paul Stewart, for all the support and encouragement he's given me over the years. Councillor Doris McKnight, thank you for your support and listening to me mourning, and also your kindness and friendship. Thank you to Councillor Foster, especially for the lifts in the back of this van, for which I will bear the scars both physically and mentally for the rest of my life. Last but not least, Councillor Denny Wilson, for his unbelievable achievements for this city. I'm sure, Denny, I'll see a picture of you in the Echo one day, standing on a pontoon, waving the ferry off. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Davison. Councillor Oliver, would you like to come in now?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say a few words, and thanks for your kind words. I've enjoyed being on the council. A little bit like Kevin Keegan at Newcastle United, I came back for a second time and I still didn't win anything. But it has been a fascinating and rewarding experience. I'd like to pay tribute to the residents in St Michael's Ward, who have been supportive and appreciative throughout the last 5 years. And across the city to everyone during this most difficult of years for their patience, resilience and care for each other. Mr. Mayor, although I've crossed swords with my colleagues across the chamber, I'd like to remind them of my respect for their work in their wards and their concern for the well-being of all the residents of Sunderland. I'd also like to thank the Conservative councillors for their support and friendship. I don't think you could find a more dedicated and professional group of councillors throughout the country. Special thanks too to my ward colleagues, Peter and Michael, for their help and encouragement at all times, and especially for the extra work that they did in the ward when I was group leader. To Bob, I'd like to say I couldn't find a more loyal colleague or friend than Bob Francis. Bob used to have a mug in the Conservative group rooms, and on his mug it said, "Everyone is entitled to my opinion." It's been fun, Bob, and happy retirement. Mr. Mayor, my parents celebrate 50 years living in Middle Harrington this month. They loved living in this city. We've had many great family friends that I hope I'll be able to keep in touch with. And as you've said, I'm moving to Northumberland. Having lost plenty of votes in the council chamber, I've also managed to lose one in my own household. So it's been decided that I'm moving to live in Northumberland. And with that, I'd like to wish you all well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Oliver. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and apologies for the technical difficulties earlier. Thank you for your kind words earlier. If I could just take this opportunity to wish all of the retiring councillors the very best for the future. I know whichever party we've belonged to, we've all tried to do our best for our communities, and I will be sorry to be leaving the council, but I do feel as if I have been here long enough. It has been an absolute privilege to represent the Shiny Row ward. You know, I've lived in the Shiny Row ward for most of my life, and being able to represent that community has been an absolute privilege. And I would just like to say thank you to the people of Shiny Row who have supported and encouraged me over the years. And I really think as a councillor, we should be paying tribute to all of our voluntary and community partners as well, especially over the past year. It's been difficult for everybody. And I don't know as a council what we would have done without their help and support. So if I can say thank you to them. Thank you to the officers I've worked with who have helped me in my endeavours, and thank you for all the help and support I've had from my friends and other councillors on the council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Okay, we'll move on. Yes,
excuse me, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Maudy and the leader have their hands raised.
Right, okay. Councillor Maudy, would you like to speak, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As similar to what Councillor Pat Smith said earlier on, we said paid our tributes to the Labour Group colleagues at Labour Group on Monday night. But there's one opposition councillor I would just like to say a few words about. Councillor Bob Francis is an absolute true gentleman. Although we sit on opposite sides of the council chamber and have our political differences outside the chamber, he is an absolute gentleman, and I always appreciated him popping into my office for a chat every so often. In the year. So I just want to say to Bob, thank you for your service, Bob, and wish you all well in your retirement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Maudy. Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The buttons seem to be sticking, etc., etc. today. look at to everybody who's retiring. My warmest thoughts go with you. Whether you're Labour, Conservative, makes no difference. People who stood to be elected, and that is a brave act in itself, and then become a councillor and served. And that is what it is. It's served the residents of the city. My warmest thoughts go with you all. As colleagues have already said from this side of the chamber, we said our words regarding Labour colleagues on Monday night. I just wanted to quickly say my personal note of goodbye to Robert Oliver. Robert and I, obviously, as councillors, have known each other quite some time, and he's been the leader of the majority party in opposition when they've been losing councillors down to the Super Six, as Bob pointed out. But because of his hard work, he stabilised the group there and kept them as a group during difficult times, I have no doubt. And his group is now flourishing because of the work he did to stabilise them. Now, I don't expect Robert will get much in the way of praise for stuff like that, but when you're the leader of a group and it's going through awkward times, I think sometimes people just need to understand that it's a bit of hard work. And Robert, I genuinely understand that that was hard work for you during that time, and I wish you well in Northumberland. But you not get away from the city, because as soon as we start winning football games, we'll have to remind you that we have a football team that's better than the Black and Whites. So keep well, everybody. Enjoy your retirement. I genuinely will miss all of you, because councillors are special people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Excuse me a minute. Who else? Okay, thank you. Councillor Dixon, I believe you want to speak as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to say anything and just leave it up to the people who were retiring, but Councillor Smith has paid warm tribute to my colleague, Bob Francis, and we have, in turn, have done the same in the Conservative group, and I can assure Councillor Miller that Robert Oliver is very much appreciated by one and all within the group. But what I would like to say is good luck to all of those Labour councillors who are retiring. I would like to pay a little bit of tribute to Anne Lawson and Amy Wilson, who I've got to know and like very much. That's no reflection on anyone else, but I would like to say a special best wishes to Paula Hunt and Julia Jackson, who I've got to know very well over the last few years. Julia and I are in fairly close touch over some mutual interests, such as the theatre and films. And Paula, I know by serving on the East End, the East Area Committee. And they're both very wonderful people, and I will miss them both. So thank you to you all. And I just wanted to add that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Before we move on, is there anybody else who wishes to speak? No. Okay, thank you, everybody. Yesterday marked the anniversary of the first UK lockdown due to COVID-19 pandemic. Across the council, members and officers supported the Marie Curie Day of Reflection and observed a minute's silence. After the leader has given his COVID-19 update, we will be asking that we repeat that moment of silence to reflect on the collective loss and support those who've been bereaved and hope for a brighter future. The next item is apologies. Elaine, have we got any apologies?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have received apologies from councillors Buick, Kelly, Scaplehorn, A. Wilson, and Alderman Forbes, Greenfield, and Tate.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further apologies? If so, would members please indicate using the raised hand facility or switch on their camera if they do not have this facility?
Councillor Blackburn.
Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I wasn't sure if Elaine mentioned Councillor Doris Turner. Who's gone through.
Yeah, I have seen an email from Councillor Doris Turner.
Yes. Yeah. Right, thank you. She's going through a difficult time at the moment.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Blackburn. Is anybody else before we move on? Okay, thank you. We now move on to COVID-19. I would now invite the leader to provide an update to the council on the situation regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. Leader, would you like to update the council, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yesterday was a very poignant and important National Day of Reflection. And I know I speak for us all when I say that our thoughts are with everyone in the city who has lost a loved one during this past year. So, as I reflected on the past year myself yesterday, building on those reflections that had never been far from my mind throughout, first and foremost, my thoughts were with those who'd suffered loss, illness, and the worst impacts of this disease. There are countless superheroes throughout this city, from the caring neighbours and community volunteers to the army of key workers putting themselves selflessly at risk to keep vital services going every day in incredibly difficult circumstances, to essential shop employees, teachers and school staff, delivery and public transport drivers, our NHS and care sector workforces, and many, many more who have kept the city going and supported residents when they've needed it the most. At this point, Mr. Mayor, I want to pay tribute to our own council team who have been and are unswerving in their commitment to support the city and its residents, and they have quite simply been exemplary public servants. And again, I know I speak for us all when I say just how very proud and grateful we are for their tireless efforts. Running through a few facts and figures by way of example, this past year the team has provided almost 29,000 free school meal packed lunches, responded to 24,500 calls to the telecare service, recruited and worked alongside 1,120 volunteers, taken 706,000 calls from residents and customers through the customer service network, done 1,082 track and trace calls since January, undertaken over 2,000 alterations and delivered and installed 28,500 items of essential equipment into people's homes, delivered almost 3,000 litres of hand sanitizer and 640,000 face masks to organisations and service providers across the city, and paid out close to £72 million in much needed grants to business alongside £42 million worth of business rates relief. At the same time, the team has made incredible strides this past year with our social and economic regeneration plans, and as I've said before, helped give Sunderland and its residents every chance of emerging from the pandemic in a strong and competitive position, with developments such as Riverside Sunderland, creating significant new jobs, facilities and communities in the city centre, the rollout of our 5G networks and other pioneering new technologies, leading us to be named Smart City of the Year in October 2020, and new housing developments right across the city, including the creation of vital, affordable homes and safe, clean and vibrant neighbourhoods. Unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, I can't possibly in these few minutes mention everything that has been done and delivered in both the response and recovery effort, either at the front line or behind the scenes. But everyone's contribution is massively and equally appreciated. It's been incredibly hard for everyone, but once again, I'm very proud of the selflessness demonstrated and the acts of kindness and compassion shown, helping someone's day, particularly for our more vulnerable residents, be that little bit brighter and easier. And that's why it's so important we keep it going and don't throw away all the hard work and sacrifices made. We can and will get through this by continuing to work together, Mr. Mayor, and doing our bit to protect our friends, families and communities. As I said earlier, the Council will continue to do all it can for however long it takes to support people through the emergency, at the same time as working on the development of a fantastic, thriving city with opportunities for all. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
If any member wishes to speak, please indicate via the raised hand function. Okay. Is there anyone who hasn't been able to use the raised hand function wishes to speak? If so, please switch on your camera and mic and indicate accordingly. No. Okay, can we note the update from the leader, please?
Agreed.
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 Agreed. Agreed. Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Could I now ask Council to observe a moment's silence, please? Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll now move on to the next item, which is the citywide approach to carbon reduction. I would now like to invite the Deputy Leader to present an update to the Council on the citywide approach to carbon reduction. Deputy Leader.
Thank you there, Mr. Mayor. I had thought when this council declared a climate emergency that there was cross-party consensus to support this council and partners taking urgent action to combat climate change. I think I and other council members were therefore dismayed, or perhaps shocked is a better word, Mr. Mayor, at the proposal during our recent budget meeting from the Liberal Democrats, supported by the Conservative group, to permanently remove our £1 million climate change fund and destroy any chance of meeting our 2030 target of being carbon neutral. Mr. Mayor, the Labour members on this council will not let the Liberal Democrats and the Conservative group stop this council fulfilling the wishes of its residents to take action necessary to combat climate change. Mr. Mayor, the 2030 Shadow Board met last week, and the progress being made by our partners has considerably increased since we adopted the low carbon framework last December. Many partners are busy developing their own individual action plans, and the list of ongoing projects relating to energy efficiency measures, sustainable transport and agile working and waste reduction is significant. Projects include the rolling out of electric vehicles, rationalising property estates, introducing solar panels and better building insulation, and the elimination of the use of single-use plastics. The 2030 board also was very supportive of the proposal to create a youth advisory group. Once established, this group will meet regularly to exchange ideas on how carbon and climate topics can be fed back to the 2030 Shadow Board as part of an ongoing two-way dialogue. Crucially, the group will amplify young persons' voices across the city and the youth advisory group in their own future and allow them to help us drive our citywide low-carbon framework forward. Alongside the partnership activity, the Council's 2030 Task Group has been very active on initiatives to drive forward carbon reduction and deliver against the Council's action plan. Examples of recent work include, firstly, an update on our successful bid to the public sector decarbonisation scheme to decarbonise heating. All physical works will be complete by the end of September 2021, involving 8 council operational buildings and carbon savings of 190 tonnes. The council, together with Gentoo, has been awarded £1.3 million funding as part of a social housing decarbonisation fund demonstration programme, and this will support retrofitting 46 properties in the Washington area. We have also been successful with the Green Homes Grant. We've been allocated £1.6 million of funding to spend by the end of December 21, and upwards of 300 homes will be retrofitted. We are also continuing work with the small and medium enterprises through the Best and Breeze projects to deliver energy efficiency measures, and to date, 83 SMEs have been effectively engaged, and that equates to 84 tonnes of carbon set to be saved each year, Mr. Mayor. The council has ordered 12 new electrical vehicles for its fleet. 3 have now arrived, with a third and 9 awaiting delivery, and this will include our first new eConnect refuse collection vehicle, which is due to arrive in May. There is a new electric vehicle rapid charger being installed in Hotley and Springtown Centre for taxis, and this is fully operational. We have also supported a bid at the end of February to create a new North East Community Forest, which would include the whole of the Sunderland area. An initial a decision is expected in July of this year, and if successful, will unlock Trees for Climate funding and further funds to recruit a woodland officer. And finally, Mr. Mayor, the Sunderland East Area Rangers Clean and Green team has been awarded an additional £100,000 funding awarded to April 2022 to deliver local environmental improvements. Mr. Mayor, I hope this provides a useful and positive update on the work that is ongoing within the council and our partners. We will continue to provide updates to the council and continue to progress towards our 2030 targets with or without the support of the opposition groups on this council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Can we note the update from the Deputy Leader?
Agreed.
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 Councillor Mann, did you have a comment?
I would like to make a comment, if that's all right, Mr. Mayor.
As long as it's brief, yes.
It will be brief. I'm very pleased to say that Councillor Stewart has now not included my party in the climate deniers that he came up with at the last meeting. My party are very strong supporters of the climate change group, and I'm very proud to sit upon the 2030 shadow board, which includes reps from Gen 2, Nexus, Tyne and Wear Transport, North East Chamber of Commerce, Tyne and Wear Small Businesses, University of Sunderland, the City of Sunderland Colleges, Together for Children, NHS Trust Sunderland South Tyneside, the Clinical Commissioning Group, Youth Parliament, and many more. Sitting on the shadow board makes me feel proud. It's a very progressive group with a massive agenda, and it is working across party, and I'm very proud of the results so far, to reduce carbon across our city, working with all partnerships and all members of the council. I was very pleased also to attend an all-member briefing just this week on the introduction of e-scooters coming into the city very soon, delivered by Neuron. And it was an all-councillor briefing. 6 councillors turned up to it, myself, 2 Lib Dems and 3 Labour group members. So maybe if everybody was engaging a little bit more, it might help. And thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right, Councillor Mann. We now move on to the next item, which is reception of petitions. Does any member have any petitions to present?
Mr. Mayor, just Councillor Mann has her hand raised.
Yeah, I've just noticed that. Councillor Mann, is that a legacy hand or?
No, I have a petition to present.
Right, thank you. Yeah.
With your permission, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I have a petition to read to full council on behalf of the residents of Salisbury and Dallas Streets, South Hilton, Sunderland, in my ward of St Anne's. I'll read the petition as follows. It is signed by 22 residents of these streets. We, the undersigned, residents of Salisbury and Dallas Street, South Hilton, Sunderland, petition Sunderland City Council regarding vehicle access and parking at these residences. The access is severely restricted, causing problems with parking for residents with disabilities. It's difficult to access for refuse collection and is a hazard for emergency vehicles. We suggest removal of some small verge areas to allow wider access and the addition of further parking bays to relieve congestion. We ask to have the area assessed by officers to evaluate the situation. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Is there any more petitions? Nope. Can we all agree to refer this to the appropriate chief officer, please?
Agreed, Mr. Mayor.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. We now move on to written questions by members of the public. I will now read out the questions we have received. The first question is from Carol Johnson, who's resident of Sunderland, who submitted the following question to put to the council meeting on the 24th of March 2021. I was very interested to read about the LCWIP in the Sunderland Low Carbon Plan. We gave up using a car in 2009 because of the environmental crisis and cycle to get around to find the roads dangerous, as many car, van, lorry and bus drivers are aggressive towards cyclists. It's always been my desire for Sunderland to become a cycling city. Please can you tell me how walking and cycling will be promoted and how it will make cycling safe? And this question is being answered by the leader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In line with the government's cycling and walking strategy, the council are currently preparing a local cycling and walking investment plan. This plan will set out how the council intends to make walking and cycling the natural choice for shorter journeys or as part of a longer journey for all ages. Realising this ambition will take sustained investment in cycling and walking infrastructure and partnership working with local bodies, the third sector and the wider public and private sector to build a local commitment. We will consult on this document over the coming months and proactively seek funding from government for cycling and walking schemes as it becomes available. Underpinning the local cycling and walking investment plan is a dedicated city cycle network comprising approximately 240 kilometres of route, with over 90% being off-road. Since 2011, the council has invested approximately 7.2 million in the construction of 66 kilometres of cycle route. In addition to this, through the planning process and associated highways agreement, the council seeks to ensure that development is both permeable to cycles and connected to existing networks. Larger developments such as the Spire Bridge, housing sites and industrial employment development sites such as in East Washington have all included additional cycle network development. In 2020, the council built an additional 6 kilometres of key commuter connector routes as follows: Hetton, the National Route 1 to Murton; Ryop, the city centre along the B1522; Essen Way, connecting routes at Leechmere Road to NR1 and Silksworth Lane; Ferryboat Lane, Castletown, linking the coast-to-coast cycle route to routes connecting North Sunderland to employment sites at East Washington. In addition to the above and in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the council also introduced some temporary measures across the city that allocate additional road space for pedestrians and cycles in line with government advice and supported by Department for Transport funding. Currently, the council is developing proposals for two major cycle schemes in the city, which are a segregated on-road two-way cycle lane on the section of the A183 Whitburn Road, and a new high-level pedestrian footbridge linking the Riverside development site and the city centre with Stadium Village, a scheme that will improve strategic walking and cycling links between the north and south conurbations. We are also preparing a wider set of schemes that can be delivered when additional funding is made available. These schemes comprise of existing route upgrades, refurbishments and new routes. Active Sunderland works towards developing a city where everyone is as active as they can be. This approach looks to develop active environments with active communities, making it easier for people to be active throughout their everyday activities and lives. We have a number of projects underway that encourage families to access the extensive cycle networks and walking routes in the city. Cycling clubs and walking groups operate within the city in addition to events that encourage participation. A range of promotional material is available on the council website and across a range of media platforms, including route maps that showcase the outstanding parks and green spaces, as well as details of useful apps that residents can use to enable residents to be as active as they can be. Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Can we have the next question, please? Thank you. This is from Adrian Johnson, a resident of the city, and it's regarding community wealth building strategy. I'm deeply concerned about the climate emergency and how this may impact on our city's ability to provide food security for its residents. Please can the leader of the councils describe those actions or intended actions of Sunderland City Council seeking to inform and engage with residents in its city wealth building strategy, with particular reference to how the local authority owned land can be managed in such a way that it produces food for the community. And I believe this one's being responded to by the Deputy Leader.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sunderland City Council is committed to delivering its community wealth building strategy alongside partners across the city. The council is also committed to delivering the low carbon framework and City Council action plan, and very much recognises the synergies between growing community wealth and resilience, so enabling residents to grow their own as well as understand the benefits of a healthy lifestyle, while at the same time reducing carbon emissions and improving and enhancing our green spaces and community assets in a sustainable way. The Council is currently reviewing all community assets to ascertain opportunities to develop community gardens, develop community-led social enterprises for sustainable land management, as well as expanding allotment spaces across the city. The Council recently appointed community wealth champions within each of our 5 area committees to promote opportunities for local communities, and we are also increasing capacity within the voluntary and community sector to ensure communities have the resources and skills required to develop and maintain buildings and land. As we move forward with this agenda, I expect to see a whole range of projects developing, whether it be plans for local community allotments or community orchards and gardens, through to much larger projects such as the works planned on the old LMO golf course. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Can we have the next question, please? This is a question from Alan Liddell, a resident of the city. It's regarding an upturned boat. Please can you look into the removal of the upturned boat? It is now approximately 4 years now that there's on the river at South Hilton. We have one of the most beautiful rivers in the country and great wildlife along the whole River Weir corridor. Our river in town was the biggest shipbuilding place in the world once. Let's promote this with pride and not destroy it. Thank you for your time. And I believe the leader's going to answer this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The Port of Sunderland Harbour Master continues to monitor the situation in relation to the fishing vessel Elegant 2, which remains capsized at Whitehoff in Offerton. The vessel is not regarded as either a danger or a hazard to navigation, and it is unlikely to become so. While statutory powers to remove wrecks do exist, these are permissive and impose no legal duty to act. As has been stated previously, to comply with legal requirements and be able to seek recovery of costs, the Port Authority must form the view that the vessel is an obstruction or danger to the navigation of lifeboats or to be likely to become so, and this is not currently the case. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Can we have the next question, please? The next question is from Barry Curran, a resident of the city, and it's regarding speeding on Cairns Road. The residents of Cairns Road, Fulwell, are concerned about the speeding traffic along their road. Some vehicles are not slowing down when entering Newcastle Road, a 40-mile-an-hour road. Could the council, on behalf of the residents, take positive steps to help reduce the speeds of these vehicles? The road already has chicanes and speed humps, but I feel more stringent measures are needed to be introduced. And Leader, could you please respond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to thank Barry Curran for the prior notice of his question here. The council thanks Mr. Curran for raising his and his neighbours' concerns regarding the speed of traffic using Cairns Road. We take all such reports seriously, and I can give assurances that officers will undertake the necessary investigations and respond to Mr. Curran once these investigations have been completed. I know that Mr. Curran has reported this and several issues to the council, including speeding bikes on pavements. Rest assured, Mr. Curran, we will do all we can, and I just wish there were more civil duty-minded residents who would make us aware of these things. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Can we have the next question, please? The next question is from David Newey, a resident of the city, and it's regarding Roker Seafront. As we emerge from lockdown, the residents of Sunderland will look forward to visiting the amazing new facilities and businesses that have been created on Roker Seafront. How will the council continue to ensure this is done in a safe and secure way, and support will be given to this new enterprise to thrive? Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And once again, I'd like to thank David Newey for prior knowledge of his question. The council has secured an additional team of COVID marshals and enforcement staff whose role it is to both monitor and support businesses and engage with residents, mainly in commercial and high footfall areas, to encourage compliance with guidance and the law. The council has also endeavoured to promote key messages to residents to adopt COVID-safe behaviours and to encourage legal compliance. This communication strategy includes social media, television and radio campaigns, local signage and posters. Personal responsibility is key to successful reopening, and we will continue to both enforce where necessary, encourage and support residents normally and visitors and our businesses alike to do their part in this important work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can we have the next question, please? And the next question is from Tracy Dodds, a resident of the city, and it's regarding Micro Household Recycling Centre. Can the leader please give an update on the progress on the Micro Household Recycling Centre for Coalfield residents? Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to thank Tracy Dodds for her question. The Household Waste Recycling Centre Micro Household Recycling Centre for the Coalfields residents is presently under a design review so that all aspects of HWRC best practice, safety, access and recycling processes can be fully assessed and evaluated. The aim is to develop the best possible recycling centre for the Coalfields residents and deliver it as quickly as possible. We are setting new standards with the HWRC in Pallion and are trying to ensure that residents of the Coalfields receive a facility that is state-of-the-art and fit for purpose and provides the recycling services and facilities that they need, not only for now, but in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you once again, Leader. The next question, please. It's from Mitchell Ollie, a resident of the city. Help for the self-employed. Seriously struggling financially since I'm not eligible for any grants from the council or government for being self-employed driving instructor. Why isn't there any more help for people like me? And the Deputy Leader is going to answer this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and can I thank Mitchell for the question. The government self-employed income support scheme is the main support mechanism for the self-employed. It is widely recognised that there are some gaps in this scheme, and along with others, we have continued to ask government to look at support for members of the self-employed business community who have fallen through these gaps. The introduction of some changes to the national scheme recently followed from this lobbying and has enabled a greater number of businesses to benefit from the scheme, and this is welcome. However, we recognise that these are extremely challenging times for many businesses and that some self-employed people continue not to be able to access support. The Council has developed a range of schemes to date using the additional restrictions grant funding which has been provided by the government. These have primarily focused on businesses with fixed commercial property costs, initially in the hospitality, leisure, accommodation, non-essential retail and personal care sectors through the ARG extended support schemes. These extended support schemes were developed to enable more businesses to access funding equivalent to the government's local restrictions support grant open and closed schemes. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, the answer is quite complicated, as you can see. The COVID Resilience Grant Scheme, which followed, was open to businesses that had not been severely impacted from all sectors, enabling a larger number of businesses with fixed commercial property costs to be supported. The first payments to businesses under the COVID Resilient Grant Scheme are going to go out this week. In addition, support is being provided to taxi drivers who have continued to provide an essential service to residents in the city, many of whom are vulnerable while suffering a significant reduction in trade. This approach has, in the main, been consistent with other North East local authorities. We have continued to keep the business support schemes under active review and, following confirmation of additional funding available to be allocated by government, we announced the latest scheme on the 19th of March, the COVID Support Grant, which will provide support to an additional group of businesses that have been severely impacted by the restrictions. For the COVID Support Grant, eligibility will be based on fixed business costs, which do not need to include commercial property costs. Applications for the scheme will go live next week, and full details will be included on the Council's dedicated COVID-19 web pages for businesses and employers. We are conscious that these are very difficult times for many businesses and continue to keep the schemes under review to enable the use of resources to support as many businesses as possible in the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Can I just ask, see on the meeting chat that councillors are having a conversation. Can this desist, please, now? Can we have the next question, please? Yes, right. The next question is regarding, is from Stephen Cuthbert, a resident of the city, and it's City Hall tenants. Can the leader of the council confirm that in the event of a tenant pulls out of the new City Hall, the council is responsible for paying their share of rental income until another tenant can be found? Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The council will put in place all necessary commercial securities to ensure that any tenant which pulls out of the new City Hall will be required to meet any costs under the lease. However, in the event that all the necessary notice periods have been served or legal arrangements have been reached with the outgoing tenant, the council will be liable for void costs for that period until an alternative tenant can be found. We are confident that the space within the building could be easily let to third parties, as the building has been designed and specified to modern Grade A office standards and is extremely flexible to meet most tenant demands, with the building able to be subdivided by floor or building plot. It is anticipated that in any such event that the market rent for the space at that time will exceed the council's base rent liability, and we have current market rents already exceeding this. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Next question. Yep. The next question is from Simon Eyre, a resident of the city. The land off Suffolk Street and Mowbray Road. The announcement that house building is to commence on the vast area land of Suffolk Street and Mowbray Road is welcome. But as this land remained vacant over the decades, any progress is actually long overdue. And what is especially disappointing is that there's been a prime area for the construction of affordable properties to rent or to rent. The delay has taken place under the watch of Labour Council. So could the portfolio apologise to the people of Sunderland who for far too long have been deprived of an opportunity to live in affordable housing near the city centre? And I believe this has been responded to by Councillor Atkinson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to thank Mr. Eyre for the question. The land stated by Mr. Eyre is actually not owned by the council. The cleared land is owned by 3 different owners, and over the years the owners have been unable to come forward with any development proposals. Therefore, this year the council has actually stepped in and arranged multiple land agreements with the owners. Also, the council has agreed to utilise available Section 106 monies to enable the land to be assembled and facilitate a new development of over 100 new homes for affordable rent. The developer will be 13 Group, and they will be bringing forward the development this year. At this point, I'd also, Mr. Mayor, like to take this opportunity to in fact pay tribute to the housing team who, alongside and in particular to Councillor Mordy, have been tenacious in their endeavour to see regeneration brought to this site. And in particular, I would say that Councillor Mordy has been one of the main drivers for this. So thank you, Councillor Mordy, for your passion and your commitment. My portfolio and myself and Councillor Johnson have been committed to enable more and better housing in this city. And it is a real achievement to work with 3 landowners to secure investment and regeneration in Hendon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Can we have the next question, please? Yeah. This is a question from Sam Johnston, who's resident of the city, and it's regarding alfresco dining. Alfresco dining has become far more popular during the COVID-19 pandemic. What will the council do to help businesses who wish to continue operating in this way, even when public health restrictions have been lifted? Deputy Leader, would you like to respond?
Thank you there, Mr. Mayor. And again, thank you to Sam for the question. While indoor hospitality is expected to reopen from the 17th of May, venues with outdoor dining can provide services from the 12th of April. Sunderland City Council will therefore see the continuance of temporary pavement licensing measures to enable alfresco hospitality across Sunderland until the 30th of September 2021. These temporary measures support the Council's commitment to do all it can to help the economy whilst always prioritising safety. In the longer term, the Council will continue to work closely with businesses as they keep their offer to customers under review and support alfresco dining wherever possible as part of an overall approach to create a dynamic and vibrant city for both residents and visitors alike. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. The next question, please. Yep. This is a question from David Granger, a resident of the city, and it's regarding coastal erosion. I'm concerned about the erosion of the coastal dunes at South Bench due to trampling by the increased number of people using the beach for exercise and dog walking. The dunes are an important but fragile coastal ecosystem and once destroyed are unlikely to regenerate. Perhaps fencing or at least signage to make people aware of the situation could be put in place by the council. Thank you. Leader, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The coastal dunes are designated as a local wildlife site by virtue of the rarity of the habitat in Sunderland. This designation requires the city to ensure that it is protected and enhanced as part of its statutory duty pertaining to wildlife. The council has recently appointed a coastal officer, and as part of their duties they will be seeking to protect and enhance the wildlife of the coast, especially in relation to the European sites and also including this local wildlife site. The officer has already been out on site and identified the problem raised and is looking into appropriate action to try and protect the area, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Could we have the next question, please? This is a question from Natasha Lawson, a resident of the city, and it's the City Hall briefing room. Can the Leader show the residents of Sunderland that Sunderland City Council will not have a £2.6 million briefing room in its new City Hall like the Conservative government have in 9 Downing Street? Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And this question genuinely put a smile on my face, so I'd like to thank Natasha Lawson for introducing the question. I can assure the residents that Sunderland Council will not have a £2.6 million briefing room in its new City Hall like the Conservative government have at number 9 Downing Street. I'm not even certain I'm looking for a sofa to cost £250,000 or £100 a roll of wallpaper. We are going to build City Hall with public money, and it will all go through procurement, and it will be very cost effective, Natasha. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Next question, please. This is from Lyle Reid, resident of the city. This is the Eye Infirmary, CPMS. Following the announcement of the NHS decision to invest in a new eye infirmary on the Vaux site, could the Leader of the Council clarify plans for the proposal CPMS at the current eye infirmary site? And this question will be responded to by Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank Lyle for his question. As part of the previously agreed CPMS programme, officers were due to begin detailed investigation and consultation work on the Queen Alexandra Road CPMS. However, in agreement with local ward members, this scheme was put on hold throughout the COVID-19 pandemic due to the lack of commuter parking, making it virtually impossible to fully understand the extent of parking in the area. With the excellent and I'm delighted to say brilliant news that the new eye infirmary is to be constructed, officers will now need to fully consider the need for a CPMS or indeed any other restrictions in the Queen Alexandra Road area. Officers will be working alongside local ward members to try and alleviate any commuter parking problems in advance of the eye infirmary moving. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. The next question, please. This is a question from Laura Murrell, a resident of the city, and it's regarding the lateral flow testing. Low flow testing device. The vaccine programme in Sunderland is proceeding very well. However, vaccination alone is not a silver bullet and must be undertaken at the same time as keeping the levels of infection as low as possible. Children in all age groups returned to school on the 8th of March 2021, and there have been reports that several schools in Sunderland have had pupils who tested positive for the positive coronavirus. Can we have the yep. The lateral flow device rapid testing is now being undertaken in schools and latterly by pupils at home, and is not very accurate at detecting positive cases of COVID in asymptomatic people, only having about a 50% success rate. I would therefore like to ask, do those pupils testing positive then go on to have a second PCR test to make the results less likely to be false positive and therefore be more likely to be correct? And what other measures are in place taken to support their families and ensure that they do self-isolate in order to overcome the disincentive to test at home if a family cannot comply with this requirement? And this has been responded to by Councillor Checker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to thank Laura Murrell for her question. As many as 1 in 3 people who contract COVID-19 show no symptoms, so could be spreading the disease unknowingly. Asymptomatic testing has been introduced for staff working in education settings and secondary school pupils to help to identify positive cases more quickly and break the chains of transmission. Lateral flow tests are an additional measure of protection, and all of the other protective measures established in schools remain important and continue to be followed. There is now the temporary increase in the use of face coverings in secondary schools as a further protective measure. When secondary pupils returned to school, they were asked to undertake 3 lateral flow tests on site. This ensured the tests were undertaken in a controlled environment with trained staff processing the swab and reading the results. It is for this reason that it was not necessary to undertake a confirmatory PCR test for any tests undertaken on a school test site which returned a positive result. Testing at schools also provided an opportunities for pupils to get used to taking the test and understand how to swab themselves correctly. Now that pupils are testing at home, all positive results from rapid lateral flow tests do need to be confirmed with a standard PCR test in line with clinical guidance. This is because the tests are not conducted in a controlled environment and are not overseen by trained staff. Whilst awaiting the PCR result, the person who had the positive lateral flow test and their close contacts should self-isolate. No test is perfect, but testing with a lateral flow device is quick and convenient. They are approved by the Medicines and Healthcare Regulations Agency and have been evaluated by Public Health England and the University of Oxford. These evaluations found the tests are accurate and sensitive enough to be used in the community for screening and surveillance purposes, and they identify individuals who are likely to be infectious and therefore spread the virus to others. People are asked to test twice a week with a lateral flow device. Doing so will improve sensitivity further. A negative result from a lateral flow device means the test did not find signs of coronavirus, but this does not guarantee that someone does not have coronavirus, and therefore everyone must continue to follow national and local guidance, including social distancing, hand washing and wearing face coverings. NHS test and trace support allowances are already available to those who have to self-isolate following a positive test result, or if they are notified by NHS test and trace that they are a close contact of a confirmed case. There is eligibility criteria for accessing these support payments. The support allowances have been extended to parents and guardians who are not legally required to self-isolate, but who need to take time off work to look after a young child or a young person who is self-isolating if they meet the eligibility criteria. People are encouraged to do everything they can to prepare for the need to self-isolate, but if required support such as help with shopping, delivering food parcels or collecting prescriptions and medicines is needed, it's available to people whilst self-isolating, and further information can be found on the Sunderland City Council website in the section Need Support or Want Help. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Checker. Before we move on, we've now had our 30 minutes and there is only one question left. Do members wish to hear the question?
Yes. Let's hear the question, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Agreed.
Yes. Yes.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. The final question is from Pam Wortley, a resident of the city, and it's regarding the local O scheme. At the last meeting on the 27th of January, Sunderland City Council approved a motion on COVID-19 vaccination programme, which included the following statement. The immunisation campaign should be embedded into the local primary care and public health teams and must work in tandem with an effective test and trace system. The Council calls upon the Government to fix the malfunctioning test and trace system or give local authorities the power and funding to coordinate the test and trace themselves. Can we have the next part? Thank you. There is a local O scheme being trialled in Lambeth, which means that positive causes are handed straight to the local contact tracing teams with no delay at all. Is it possible for Sunderland Council to undertake a similar scheme and provide an effective test and trace system for the Sunderland residents? Councillor Checker, I believe you responded to this one as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank Pam Wortley for her question. Mr. Mayor, I'm really pleased to announce that from Monday, the 22nd of March, Sunderland Council did indeed start to deliver the Local O programme as part of our current local contact tracing offer. The key outcome will be in terms of how quickly the Council will be able to contact positive cases, as the programme enables us to contact cases 1 hour after they've been inputted onto the national database system. The goal is to ensure that we identify close contacts quickly and increase the numbers who are able to self-isolate effectively. Whilst some people are able to self-isolate well, other people need support. Additional support will be discussed by the call handlers as part of the contact tracing conversation, and if a need is identified, we can offer support via our COVID community hub, as they can access essential items such as food, medication, and be signposted to financial support and or self-isolation grants. The Council are also supporting a network of community organisations who our call handlers can signpost local people to for support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Checker. That finishes the questions. We'll now move on to the next item, item 10, report of Cabinet. I now call upon the leader to move the approval and adoption of the report of the Cabinet.
I so move, Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Leader, do you second the report?
Second the report, Mr. Mayor, and reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Leader, would you like to speak to the Cabinet report, please?
The two items on the Cabinet report, Mr. Mayor, are the update to the Constitution and the Corporating Parenting Review. They're fully laid out. I don't believe there's anything I need to add at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leader. If any member wishes to speak, please indicate by using the raise hand function and state whether you have an amendment, a comment or a question.
Councillor Mullen. Councillor Mullen, could you indicate which item number and whether it's an amendment, comment or question, please?
Yes, thank you, Elaine. It's number 1 and it will be a comment and moving a reference back.
Thank you. Councillor Hodson.
Thank you. It's also item 1. I was also going to ask to remove a reference back, so I suspect I'll just comment on Anthony Mullins.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
Item 2, I have a question.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Dixon.
Thank you, Elaine. I'll be commenting on Councillor Mullins' reference back on item 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I think they're all the members who have indicated. So that's Councillor Mullen, Hodson, Potts and Dixon. So you would take the reference back first. So might I suggest that you deal with Councillor Mullen's reference back first?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mullen, I understand that you're having problems with your camera. Have those been resolved yet, or will the camera be off during your comment?
They haven't been resolved yet, Mr. Mayor. I've got limited function in Teams.
Okay. Councillor Mullen, would you like to carry on, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, just to say thank you to both Elaine and Patrick for the meeting that they organised about this with the opposition leaders. And it's clear, looking at the document in front of us, that some of what we've said has been taken on board and has fed into this, and I'm grateful for that. But there are still a couple of concerns left, which I hope Cabinet and the leader will think about and just iron out a couple of these final issues so that we've got something we can all accept. And I say this accepting the spirit of what it's trying to achieve, because I don't think any of us want to have...
Councillor Mullen, can I just stop you for a second? Is this being seconded? Yes. Can I have a seconder, please?
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Who was that?
Stephen O'Brien.
Okay, thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Carry on, Councillor Mullen.
Great, thank you. I was just saying, Mr. Mayor, I think we all accept the spirit of trying to cut down meetings to a couple of hours, as is outlined, but really there are two issues that I would like Cabinet to think about again. The first is this requirement to ask an officer or a member a question in advance of it being asked at council. And I have a couple of problems with this proposal. On the one hand, if we're being asked to ask council officers questions before asking portfolio holders at meetings, my concern is that this risks dragging officers into political or similar debates, which in my view could lead to us potentially being perceived to have criticised officers, and none of us would want to be in that position. So my understanding is I would have to give some form of justification if I'm asking a question to a portfolio holder at council, and if I'm doing that, having already asked an officer, I'm going to have to say something like, well, the response I got wasn't sufficiently detailed, or it wasn't sent on time, or it didn't cover all of the things that I wanted. And that could be perceived as criticism, which I don't think any of us would want to have to do. But on the flip side, if I'm not going to have to do that, then simply what is the point in this? Because if I can ask the question regardless of having asked the officer, it doesn't seem like it's actually having a substantial impact. The flip side to all of that is then asking the member rather than the officer in advance of the meeting. And I think that presents different types of problems. So opposition leaders of different parties have already raised with the chief executive issues whereby members in our groups have brought different bits of casework to officers' attention, but then the feedback hasn't gone to the councillor, but to Labour Party candidates. And that's something we've highlighted a few times recently. And the announcement has been made on social media before the councillor who raised it actually got a response from the officer. Furthermore, on this point, if we want to ask portfolio holders a question at council, that in itself is a form of scrutiny. And that becomes limited through this, because if we have to ask in advance, it doesn't allow us to put people on the spot, to test their knowledge, to check they're up to date with things, all of which to me seem to be quite legitimate forms of scrutiny. So in this sense, my concern is that the scrutiny is not of the portfolio holder, but of the officer vicariously through the member. And then, of course, we have the issue of whether or not portfolio holders actually answer the question, because you might recall, Mr. Mayor, that at January full council, I asked a supplementary of the leader and he said he would get back to me the following day. It's been 2 months and I still haven't had an answer to that question. Then in relation to 14.27, when it talks about the new powers to be exercised by the mayor, I would like to request that it's written in explicitly that if the mayor is going to use the new powers to cut short a debate, that any party leader who has indicated they wish to speak is guaranteed to do so, so that as a bare minimum, the official response from each group that wants to put forward an answer is given the opportunity to do so. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mullen. Councillor Hodson? Right, sorry, before I go any further, I'm being advised. Councillor O'Brien, do you wish to speak on this as you seconded it?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just to, before Niall speaks, just to add that I think it's very important to have scrutiny of the council. This limits scrutiny. It actually what it does is creates two sets of classes of councillors. One what has limited scrutiny powers, and the other what seems to have ultimate scrutiny powers. And I think that's slightly wrong. As well, I actually find it easier as a dyslexic person to ask in full council rather than asking an officer. Then I have to keep trails of emails, etc. And I'm just bugging my colleagues to try and help me read them, etc. So I think it's somewhat discriminatory as well. So just for those reasons, I'd ask for the restrooms back. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Councillor O'Brien. Before you go ahead, Councillor Hodson, does anybody else wish to speak on the reference back?
Councillor Michael Dixon, Councillor Mann, So, Mr. Mayor, the speakers on the reference back are Councillors Hodson, Michael Dixon and Councillor Mann.
Thank you. Councillor Hodgson, would you like to speak regarding the reference back?
I would. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland. I agree with what Anthony Mullin and Stephen O'Brien have said already on this subject. I have been grateful to the Chief Executive and the Monitoring Officer for taking the time to speak to opposition groups about that, and I'm a bit disappointed that we're having to refer it back, but there are certain issues here that we really aren't happy about. In addition to the point about asking questions, obviously, smaller groups on the council, such as my own, are not going to be particularly happy that certain rules, such as 14.5, 14.27, give more power to the leader of the majority group and the leader of the majority opposition group, and reduce the power of individual councillors and councillors in smaller opposition groups. I don't think that's something we should look to be doing. All the rules as a whole actually give more power to the mayor and the executive at the expense of regular councillors, and I think that's something we should definitely resist. We don't really have a problem with that existing in this council, so we shouldn't be putting in rules that impede scrutiny and reduce the power of councillors. I do think, though, we should be putting in a rule to introduce a guillotine at 3 hours for council meetings. So I am in agreement with Rule 8, the change to Rule 8. And I suppose we'll see in practice whether that works and actually makes business flow a little bit more smoothly. So I hope that can be passed. But I would ask that the other rules are referred back to Cabinet, and some thought is given to those which impede particularly the opposition's ability to scrutinise the executive. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Dixon, would you like to speak to the reference back?
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillors Mullin and Hodson have basically covered much of what I've said, but I have to say that this proposal to pass questions through the Chief Executive is one of the biggest attacks on free, open and democratic process that I can recall. I take it rather seriously. I've been in touch with Councillor Wood, who goes back further than me. Peter Wood, he can't remember anything like this. And to actually prohibit an elected member from asking a question in an open forum, a question of his choice, and to have it checked by an unelected senior officer is just beyond comprehension. I'm absolutely amazed it got past the first draft, quite honestly. And as Councillor Mullin has said, it brings the Chief Executive into the political arena, and opposition parties, if this goes through, are going to spend the rest of the time being extremely upset. Division is going to continue. And as far as I'm concerned, it'll not make for a better civic sort of society within the Sunderland Council, because this report has been brought about by poor behaviour, by disrespect to you from opposition party members as well as Labour Party members. And as a group of Conservative councillors, and you've heard people talk about Bob Francis and Robert Oliver today, we've watched with some horror at the way that meetings have deteriorated as a free-for-all. So this report was needed, but in many ways was unfortunate that it was needed. So without a shadow of a doubt, I support the referral back, and I would ask support, which I think we're going to get from opposition councillors, and I would ask Labour colleagues to think about this. If they were the opposition and the Conservatives or Liberals were the major party, I mean, what would you be feeling like if you were told or had questioned the type of proposals you were going to make at Open Council and being told by an unelected senior officer that, sorry, it can't be done? I'm a little worried too about a question coming back within 6 months. I'm not happy about that because a lot can change in relation to policy. And we have a slightly open mind on the 3 hours aspect of it. We thought that 4 hours might give a little bit more scope for people who might find it difficult to return the next day because of personal or family or work reasons. But I vehemently oppose these proposals from the Cabinet and support the referral back. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Mann, would you like to speak on the reference back?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the opportunity to speak once again. I would like to endorse the comments of my colleagues in opposition. The report, yes, of course, the report was needed, and we were given the opportunity to hear advance the proposal from the Chief Executive and Governance to the opposition party leaders. So that was great that we got some inclusion there, and we appreciate it. Our comments remain the same, I believe, in opposition. Yes, the report is needed. Yes, especially the adjournment at 3 hours, because these meetings can be long, they can be drawn out, they can diversify from the point easily and end up as a free-for-all across the chambers, which is inappropriate and it doesn't get the job done. So, yes, I understand that. However, I do strongly support the referral back because, in my opinion, it is reducing the voice of the opposition members who may have a difference of opinion. I've sat through many council meetings now where everybody wishes to speak for 10 minutes and do so, and the opposition have very little chance to speak. So 14.27, I would like to endorse Councillor Mullins' comment that if this comes about, there should be preference given to all parties and possibly party leaders to speak, to offer that debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Lady, you've got the right of reply to the reference back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The Labour Group will not be accepting any reference back on this matter. Now, we need to remember why we're here, and the sheer amount of dissatisfaction and disruption caused to staff, councillor, and the public's lives by meetings going on for 6-8 hours, being adjourned, coming back the following day, causing huge disruption, taking far too long, and conversations that I have had with opposition leaders to say, look, we must try and find a sensible framework to have a council meeting occur in a sensible amount of time whilst not damaging the democracy of the meeting. Now, the Labour Group had that discussion within itself, and I then spoke with the Chief Executive and said, we need to have a proper conversation with the opposition leaders. Can you get them involved in this, please? Let them be fully engaged so that they understand what we're looking at trying to do and why we're trying to do it. And I absolutely will not be lectured to now when not one of the opposition leaders has come back to me, Mr. Mayor, during that period to say we quite they quite like the majority of the proposal, Councillor Miller, but we really do have an issue with 14.27 or 14.5, so that I could have had a look at it and discussed it further. So to do it now at the 11th hour is just a headline grabbing exercise, I'm afraid. I'm very disappointed.
Point of order.
Very disappointed with it.
Point of order also, Councillor Mann. Thank you.
Can I just stop you? Can I just ask what your point of order is? Was it Councillor Hodgson or?
No, it was me, Mr. Mayor.
I think Andy Mullen got in first, Mayor.
Right, okay. Councillor Mullen, what's your point of order?
Just a point of personal explanation on what the leader said there. I think all three of us are about to say the same thing, but the chief executive said he would take our views back to the leader for a response, and we didn't get one from him.
Okay, I accept that fully, Mr. Mayor, if that's the case. Thank you very much for making that point, Councillor Mullen.
Agree on point of order with Councillor Mullen. We did have a long meeting. We did give very, very hefty comment and debate. It's unfair to say that we did not come to you. We were assured by the Chief Executive that he would bring that to your desk. Councillor Miller, thank you.
Right, thank you for that.
Councillor Hodgson, did you have a point of order, or was it the same as the...
Speak on the same point of explanation, Mayor, and I actually think there's been clearly such a misunderstanding here about the process we're going through that the Labour group ought to respect a reference back, because the process that opposition councillors thought they were going through about this procedure change hasn't been followed. A lot of the things that are being raised by myself, Pam Mann, Andy Mullen in this meeting were raised with the monitoring officer and the chief executive, and our understanding was that they would be taken to you, the leader, Graham Miller, for consideration. It looks like that hasn't happened, and on that basis, we really should refer the matter back to Cabinet. Thank you.
Okay, leader, would you like to carry on? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Now, at the end of the day, the problem that we've had with this council is far too many items come forward as questions, which should have been dealt with as questions to directorates and or cabinet members. That is what they're there for. The whole process of getting councillors to actually go to the person who may be able to give them the correct answer is the rationale behind all of that. And it was about time saving, but getting business done quicker and better for councillors. It's got nothing to do with imposing regulation on councillors. Scrutiny remains undamaged by this. The scrutiny function in the council is as strong as ever. This was about trying to ensure that the cabinet meeting runs more efficiently by focusing the business on what cabinet and council should be about. So, with the greatest of respect to my colleagues, we will not accept a reference back on this. This is under constant review, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, it's your meeting. If these issues do not work, we will have to look at it again and find a balance. But at the 11th hour to be doing this, I think is very disappointing. And I do take what colleagues have said, and I will take that forward after this meeting to ensure a better way. But the Labour group will not accept a reference back on this item at this moment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Leader. Can we set the vote up on the reference back, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if the officer can confirm, please, when the electronic vote is ready.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, vote 1 is available now.
Okay, can members please vote?
So, Mr. Mayor, through you, if members could please stop using the electronic vote now, and if the officer can provide us with the initial figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 15 votes for, 25 votes against, and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you, Matthew.
Mr. Mayor, I'll take the votes from those members who've been unable to give their vote electronically. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Doyle.
For the reference back, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Doris McKnight.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Mullen.
For, please.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Loughlin.
Against, please, Elaine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Scanlon.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor McKeith.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Heron.
Against, Elaine.
Oh, what's happened
Thank
tonight?
you.
It's not worked.
Councillor Fiona Miller.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson, have you been able to vote?
No, I haven't, Elaine. Against, please.
Thank you. Are there any other members who've been unable to vote? Councillor Blackburn.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Against, please.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I don't think anybody else is indicating, and therefore when the officer's ready, if he could give the updated totals, please.
Okay, thank you, Elaine.
Mr. Mayor, there have been 20 votes for, 38 votes against, and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you, Matthew.
So, Mr. Mayor, the reference back is therefore defeated. So, Mr. Mayor, with regard to the remainder of the speakers, could I just clarify that we have Councillor Potts, who wished to ask a question in connection with item 2 on the Cabinet report. Could I just double check, are there any other members who wish to speak on the Cabinet report? Councillor Hodson. Which item is that on, Councillor Hodson?
Thank you, Elaine. I just want to ask, in light of the failure of the reference back, can we put item 1 to a vote? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mann, I think you had your hand up.
Yes, withdrawing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a personal statement at this point?
Can you just give me a moment, please, Leader?
Okay, thank you.
Leader, can you make your personal statement, please?
It's just referencing the comment that Councillor Mullen made regarding the fact that I said he would get a response to a question the following day, which was 2 months ago. If Councillor Mullen can give me the details of that again, I will ensure he gets an answer to that tomorrow, though I am very disappointed that he has waited 2 months to tell me he did not get a response from that January meeting. So if he can pass that on to me, Mr. Mayor, I will ensure that is dealt with tomorrow.
Okay. Councillor Potts, you had a question on item 2.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Councillor Michael Dixon has his hand raised.
Right. Councillor Dixon?
Yeah, just clarification, Mr. Mayor, do you need a seconder for Councillor Hudson's proposal to have the vote?
No, we don't.
You don't, right, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Potts? You had a question regarding item 2. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was about the corporate parenting review. I just had a question about that. In the proposal in 6.2 and in the recommendation 4 in the actual report, it says that elected members appointed to the board should preferably have an interest in children's issues and relevant life or professional experience relevant to the focus of the board. I realise it says preferably, but is that something that will be assessed, and how so?
Leader, you have a right to reply.
It's an excellent question, Councillor Potts. Thank you very much, and one that I cannot give you an answer on right now. I will ask Councillor Farthing to give that answer to you tomorrow in conjunction with Jill Colbert, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you just give me a moment, please? Okay, can we have a vote set up for item 1, please? Electronic vote.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you, if the officer could set up an electronic vote, please. So a vote will be taken on item 1 of the council report in respect of the council procedure rules.
Mr. Mayor, I reserve the right to speak.
Sorry, that's what I thought as well, but I was advised otherwise. Deputy Leader, would you like to proceed?
I just wanted to make a couple of comments before we do go into this vote with regards to item 1, and that is that the proposed changes will apply to all 75 elected members, so that we will all be in the same position with regards to some of the points that have been raised. Questions to council. There should be some rationale behind that, and not to make political point scoring, and I'm quite sure we'll be seeing shortly some of that point scoring in operation. And I think if these proposals reduce that, then it'll be a good thing. The council meetings are here to conduct business and to agree policy, and I think that's the right way forward. And I would just like to fully support the proposals that have been put forward to council tonight, and urge everybody in the Labour group to vote for them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Leader. Can we have the electronic vote as originally asked for on item 1?
Mr. Mayor, can I have some clarification, please?
Carry on, Councillor O'Brien.
Are we going to have a vote on the overall report to Cabinet?
I believe the vote is for item 1 only, and then I'll ask for an agreement on item 2.
Okay, thank you.
So can we set the vote up?
Mr. Mayor, 4-2 is available now.
Okay, thank you. Could members please vote?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if members could stop voting now, please. And if the officer could give the initial figures.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 29 votes for, 16 votes against, and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you, Matthew.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll now take votes from those members who haven't been able to vote yet. So, Councillor Francis. Councillor Francis, could we have your vote, please?
Sorry, I didn't switch on. Against.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
For the report, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
For the report, Elaine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McKeith.
Against, thank you, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
For Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Doyle.
Against, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Against the Liberal measures.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
Apologies, for.
Thank you. Councillor Scanlon.
For Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Heron.
For Elaine.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I think all members have now given their vote. If there are any members who haven't, could they indicate, please?
Councillor Leadbitter.
Or Councillor Leadbitter, could we have your vote, please?
Against. Thank you.
Thank you. think that it is now all members that have voted, Mr. Mayor. Oh, sorry, Councillor George Howe. I think you're on mute there, Councillor Howe. Could we have your vote, please?
Against.
Thank you. So have all members now voted, please? If anybody hasn't, if they could indicate. I think that is all members now, Mr. Mayor. So if we could have the updated totals, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 37 votes for, 22 votes against and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you, Matthew.
So, Mr. Mayor, item 1 of the Cabinet report has therefore been approved and adopted.
Okay, thank you, William. Could I ask at this point, do we accept item 2 of the Cabinet report?
No, Mr. Mayor, I think we're going to have to go to a vote on that.
Oh.
Okay.
Agree.
Okay.
Agreed. Agree the report.
Agreed.
Agree the report.
Agree the report.
Agree the
report, Mr. Mayor.
Agree the report.
Agreed report.
Agree.
Agreed.
Can I ask if any members who don't agree would just have the disagreement noted?
Mr. Mayor, there don't appear to be any members who are indicating that they disagree with the recommendation.
Well, I did, Elaine. So yes, I'll go with your recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Is that just to have your disagreement noted, or have to have a vote?
Disagreement noted.
Okay.
We can do that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. We'll now carry on to item 11. Report of the Audit and Governance Committee, and now call upon the Deputy Leader to move approval of and adoption of the report of the Audit and Governance Committee.
Move the report, Mr. Mayor. As set out.
Thank you. Councillor Lawson, do you second the report?
I second the report, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Deputy Leader, would you like to speak to the report, please?
Just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, that once again the Audit Committee welcomed a positive report from the external auditor that the auditor's letter is being presented to Council, and that the Audit Committee also noted a number of positive reports throughout the year with regards to the work undertaken by the Council, particularly with regards to ensuring value for money. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Can you just... Councillor Lawson, do you wish to speak at this point?
I have no further comment to make, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lawson. If any member wishes to speak, please raise your hand and state whether you have a comment or a question.
Councillor Michael Dixon. Mr. Mayor, I think just Councillor Dixon has indicated.
Okay. Is it Councillor Dixon, is it a comment or a question?
2 questions, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, carry on, Councillor Dixon.
Thank you. On page 74 of the annual audit letter, I'm 74 on the agenda, it mentions a deficiency in identifying the certainty of ownership, albeit a small example of medium priority for concern. The report is a little dated now, so could an assurance be given that if I or anyone else chose to check the land registry, there'd be no evidence of development having taken place on land which is not legally owned by the council. That's my first question. Mr. Mayor, would Councillor Stewart answer that, or shall I go on to my second one?
Mr. Mayor, I think as has been referenced here, a number of minor issues were found by the auditor, and we've had as a committee assurance from the officers that appropriate action will be taken to ensure that those are rectified. That's probably about the best answer I can give you at this moment in time, Councillor Dixon.
Okay. May I just press on from that answer? Just to say, you haven't actually given me an assurance that development has taken place or on land which is not legally owned by the council, one way or the other. But if you can't go beyond that, fair enough. I'd like to just refer to good governance, if I may, Councillor Stewart. It's mentioned on page 80 and 86. And would you agree to enhance both the perception and actual implementation of it at Siglion, which is what I'm referring to? Would you agree that the appointment of either one non or two non-council people, fully independent people, to supplement those already in place, such as yourself, would be beneficial? And if you don't agree with that, I would be interested to know why. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I'll take your advice, but I'm unsure about whether I should be answering any questions relating to Siglion if I'm a member of the board.
Can you just give me a moment, please?
I don't think it's a remit in relation to the audit committee.
Okay, could you just give me a moment and I'll get some advice? Councillor Stewart?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
If you don't feel as though it's appropriate to comment, we'll just take it as that.
I honestly don't feel it's appropriate as a member of the board, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stewart.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Dixon again. Is there anybody any person that this question can be referred to, ironically, as a written answer, perhaps?
I think if you forward it to the city solicitor, we'll see whether we can get you an answer. If that's okay. Are you finished, Councillor Dixon?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, Deputy Leader, you have the right of reply. Have you got anything further you wish to add at this point?
No, all I would say is that if Councillor Dixon's got any further questions, please get in contact with me, or perhaps also get in contact with his own colleagues on the Conservative group who sit on that committee, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Deputy Leader. Can I ask, do we accept the report of the Audit and Governance Committee?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Agreed.
We now move on to item 12, the report of the Human Resources Committee. I now call upon the leader to move the approval and adoption of the report of the Human Resources Committee. You're on mute, Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I so move.
Okay. Deputy Leader, do you second the report?
Second the report and reserve the right to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Leader, if you would like to speak to the report.
The report's fully laid out, Mr. Mayor. I'll leave it out there for everybody to look at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Leader. If any member wishes to speak on the report, please indicate using the raise hand function and state whether you have an amendment, a comment or a question.
Nobody indicating, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there anybody else who hasn't been able to use the raised hand function who wishes to speak? Does the deputy leader or the leader have anything else to wish to say on this?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
No,
thanks.
Mr. Mayor, fine, thank you.
Okay, thanks. I was just checking. Do we accept the report of the Human Resources Committee?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We now move on to item 11, written questions by members of the council. So question 1 is regarding Hetton Nursery School, and it'll be asked by Councillor James Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, as the leader knows, because of my many discussions with him, there is a much concern in Hetton about the proposed closure of Hetton Nursery School. Can the leader tell me what steps have been taken to save the nursery and to ensure its long-term viability? And are there any unused council funding streams that can be used for this purpose? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Farthing, I've been told you were going to respond to this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I must apologise because this is a complex subject and it will involve a long answer which will run counter to our new standing orders on their first implementation. And I thank Councillor Blackburn for prior notice of his question. I must put on record that Councillor Blackburn, with his colleagues Councillor Rowntree and Councillor Turner from Hetton, and Councillors Johnson and Councillor Thornton from Coptill wards, have been insistent that we find a way to save Hetton Nursery from closure for the sake of the parents that value it. I totally agree with that viewpoint. I have been in regular contact with the local city councillors, reviewing the figures and possibilities. And I must also acknowledge that Councillor McKeith rang me last year to find out the background to the potential closure, and also Councillor Hopper from Hetton Town Council emailed. I've also been contacted by Councillor Tracy Dodds, the Labour leader on Hetton Town Council, and on several occasions with great concern about the future of the nursery and to ascertain the background to the claims relating to underspent funds. As Councillor Blackburn knows from our discussions, the office responsible for ensuring a sufficiency of early years places and I have focused almost exclusively on this issue, looking at and reviewing all the possibilities. I can also confirm that Hetton Nursery School has received all the funding which it should have received from the early years funding stream according to the pupils it has on roll. It is no secret that there has always been a challenging or gritty relationship between Hetton Town Council and its local members on this council, no matter what party was in charge of Hetton Town Council, and a similar tension of the south-north divide between Hetton and Sunderland councils. The head teacher of Hetton Nursery School has chosen to have constant dialogue with Hetton Town Council and in the latest encounter blamed Sunderland Council for not fully using the Early Years Inclusion Fund. There has been an announcement by UKIP Hetton Town Councillor Councillor Elvin relating to a £4 million underspend in the early years part of the dedicated schools grant, which is suggested could fund the deficit of Hetton Nursery School. This situation has become extremely politicised, with UKIP now making saving Hetton Nursery one of its election goals. I am somewhat surprised that Councillor Jenkins and Councillor Mann are not more concerned about the future funding of the nursery schools in their own wards. For members' general clarification, across Sunderland we have 8 maintained nursery schools.
Point of order, please, Councillor Mann.
Councillor Mann, what's your point of order?
In reply to Councillor Farthing, she's responding to Councillor Elvin and Hetton Town Council. I'm a councillor for St Anne's Ward. My priorities are with St Anne's Ward. Councillor Jenkins is a councillor for Red Hill Ward, so the comment she's made there are irrelevant. Thank you.
Can I stop you there? If you're making a point of order, you've got to say which rule number is being breached.
Duly noted, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Farthing, would you like to carry on, please?
Right, I'll just recap because I've forgotten where I got to. Well, for members' general clarification, across Sunderland we have 8 maintained nursery schools, 1 in Redhouse, 1 in Pennywell, 2 in Washington, 1 in Doxford, 1 in Houghton, and uniquely there are 2 in the Hetton ward. Nursery schools are just what it says on the tin, a school, with a full establishment of head teacher, business manager, teaching and care staff. The establishment creates an added overhead cost, which central government funding fails to cover adequately. Most maintained nursery schools struggle with funding this establishment. Each year, government promises to review this funding, but for a variety of reasons, this always seems to get put on the back burner. I would suggest that it is the government that maintained nursery school saviours should be lobbying rather than this council. In recent times, there have been 2 other maintained nursery schools under threat of closure. The former Mill Hill Nursery School in Doxford, which was saved by forming an alliance with Houghton Nursery School, this followed interventions on its behalf by its local Labour councillor, Betty Gibson. The 2 schools share one head teacher and other parts of the establishment, which reduces their overhead substantially. The other nursery, Millfield, was closed. It just could not attract sufficient children to stay viable, and it was in close proximity to schools with nursery classes, which parents much preferred. So parental choice means that it is not possible to save every maintained nursery school. Turning to the £4 million underspend and its availability for funding Hetton Nursery School. Well, this is a bit of a contrick, and like all good contricks, it has a grain of truth. To be honest, no matter how the figures are adjusted and twisted, there never has been 4 million without double counting and accumulating year on year. Nursery schools, like all schools, are funded from the Dedicated Schools Grant, DSG. The DSG is a lump of money provided annually by central government via the Education and Skills Funding Agency. It has been the ambition of the government to provide a level playing field of funding for schools, and it is driving this by having national funding formula for schools and the early years sector, based very much on the notion that funding follows the child. The funding formulae must be applied, and the finance officer to the Schools Forum has to verify and demonstrate that those formulae have been applied to the Schools Forum. The Dedicated Schools Grant account is rather like a current account. All the money goes in and it mostly all gets spent, and most years there is an overspend or overdraft, and occasionally an underspend and surplus. There are 3 main sections to the Dedicated Schools Grant: the High Needs Block, that funds educational services and places for children with special needs, the Schools Block, and the Early Years Block. At the last Schools Forum meeting held on the 11th of March, now Schools Forum is made up of school representatives from all sections of education from across the city, mainly head teachers. The chairperson, in his opening remarks, made reference to the fact that in the past the early years segment had been overspent, and that overspending had been covered by the schools block. In finalising this year's DSG account, it has been necessary to use underspends from the schools and early years block to cover the overspend of the high needs block. The projection for the current year shows that the contribution from early years block was £363,902. The accounts for the DSG as presented are available on the Schools Forum website and in the agenda for the meeting of the 11th of March, and the minutes are also there. So that is the grain of truth, but it was not the whole truth. The finance officer who advises the School Forum confirmed that the DSG is managed in aggregate. The early years block had overspent in 2015-16 and 2016-17, and that overspend had been accommodated by the overall DSG. 2021 had been a difficult and challenging year. He noted that the Education Schools Funding Agency had allowed 2021 allocations to be based on 9/12 and 3/12 of the previous years, and that the usual 7/12 and 5/12 apportionments, and had the usual 7/12 and 5/12 apportionment been adopted, the early years block would have been overspent. He also advised £400,000 of COVID support had been made available to the early years setting where places hadn't been taken up during the pandemic. So that is the grain of truth, but it was not the whole truth, just a bit of a con trick. The underspend in the early years block was used to cover the cost of the high needs block, so it is not available. It never was. It was just a bit of a con trick. The 2020-21 accounts do show that the Early Years Inclusion Fund had a much better take-up, with 435,000 of the 500,000 being spent, with much less being left unspent. So where does this leave us? I mentioned earlier that Mill Hill Nursery School had survived by forming an alliance or federation with another nursery school, and I am pleased to advise Councillor Blackburn that there is a similar option to federate on the table for Hetton Nursery School, which I'm sure the parents of the school would be delighted to hear. However, I must stress that we are at a very delicate point in the negotiation, and it is a tentative option because the governing body of Hetton Nursery must agree to adopt it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Farthing. Councillor Blackburn, you have your hand raised. You're on mute, Councillor Blackburn.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask a supplementary question, please?
Go ahead, Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A portfolio holder, does that mean the loss of a head teacher with this federation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Farthing. Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. The next question is from Councillor Michael Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks. Could the portfolio holder give some background as to the decision to accept the tender of £900,000 for the construction of 5 proposed council-owned bungalows in Shiny Row by answering the following questions? Was this the only tender submitted? And if other tenders were submitted for consideration, were any of them lower than the one for 900,000 that was accepted? And if so, by how much? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank Councillor Dixon for prior notice of the question via Sunderland Echo. In response to his question, the process of this tender was through the North East Purchasing Organisation, also known as the NEPO framework, and via the Council's procurement team, in line with council procedures and council rules. This project received 2 compliant tenders. The tender was awarded to the lowest tender bid. The other tender received was higher by a cost of £1,498. I would just like to point out, though, that for me, this isn't just a difficult brownfield site being regenerated, but this site, as well as several others we as a council are regenerating with bungalows, stands for so much more to me and this Labour Council. These bungalows are being built so older people can live independent lives. These bungalows are being built so people can have a safe and secure home. These bungalows are being built by this council to address a need to support our ageing population. Clearly, the Tory party are looking for a cheap headline once again and can only see a price per unit. But what I see are safe, much needed homes. Our social housing addresses issues head on. Our social housing supports our residents, filling much needed gaps in the city market. These developments support local business, allowing the virtuous circle of community wealth building to flourish. Our homes regenerate areas. This scheme in particular regenerates a brownfield site which was blighted by antisocial behaviour, fly tipping, and caused distress to the community. Building these much needed homes in the Coalfield area is ensuring we deliver more and better homes for everyone, making sure no one is left behind, and that we don't adopt a "I'm all right, Jack" approach. As a portfolio holder, I am passionate to see homes built which don't just represent value for money, but demonstrate social value too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Could I ask a supplementary, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind?
Go ahead, Councillor Dixon.
Thank you very much for that reply, Councillor Atkinson, courtesy of the Sunderland Echo on several occasions. Taking into account that the preferred builder is Toland, a large building firm, does the portfolio holder feel enough was done by the council to encourage a smaller city-based firm to be awarded the contract to build these 5 bungalows, especially as this is a key part of the aspirations of the council's community wealth building project? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can reassure Councillor Dixon that we've taken every single appropriate measure. In February last year, we held an open day and a conference at the Stadium of Light, which encouraged small and medium-sized builders to come forward to work with the council and apply to be part of the NEPO framework. I am sure that Councillor Dixon will realise that we are taking every appropriate step to support local business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Next question is by Councillor Susan Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How are the council and partners supporting disadvantaged families over the Easter holidays? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Farthing, I believe you're going to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just get my camera on.
Thank you.
Sorry, there is a range of support in place, including continued support through the community hubs, through an activity programme funded via area committees, through the allocation of winter COVID funding and mental health projects funding, equivalent to free school meal vouchers for those entitled to the needs assessed free school meals, through fuel and essential support. In addition, the holiday activity and food programme is supporting 2,600 young people and their families with food recipes, physical activity packs, art and craft activities. And I was delighted to deliver 4 of those holiday activity packs today, which absolutely filled the car. They're so big and the family was absolutely delighted. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Farthing. The next question is Councillor Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Does the Leader of the Council believe that all council employees have a right to work in a safe and hygienic environment?
Thank you, Councillor Mullen. Deputy Leader.
Get there with this clicking of the mouse eventually, Mr. Mayor. The answer to that will be yes. Trying to expand on the word yes, I suppose. The council takes its responsibilities very serious and aims to ensure that our workplaces meet health and safety and welfare needs of the workforce. That's the answer, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
Supplementary, please, Mr. Mayor.
Carry on, Councillor Mullen.
Thank you. Could I ask the Deputy Leader to explain why I've been presented with photographs of the rotting bodies of dead rats in the bin wagons that our refuse collectors are being asked to drive?
Councillor Stewart.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, this is a prime example of why we need to take action with regards to questions to council. I'm quite sure this question could have been easily resolved in that sense. But could you repeat the supplementary question? I did hear the word rat, but could he repeat the question again, please?
Councillor Mullen, could you repeat
Yes,
the question,
I'm happy.
please? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to repeat it, Mr. Mayor. I asked the Deputy Leader if he could explain to me why I've seen photographic evidence of the rotting bodies of dead rats in the bin wagons that our refuse collectors are being asked to drive.
I don't have the answer to that. If you have photographic evidence, I am aware that the health and safety team have been working with the workforce there with regards to ensuring that the vehicles are appropriately cleaned and that additional action needs to be taken to ensure that that is the case. That's all. That's the only answer I can give you at this moment in time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stewart, Deputy Leader. Next question's Councillor Waller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note with dismay the decision of the opposition parties at the recent budget meeting to support a Lib Dem amendment that would have permanently removed the £1 million annual funding set up by this council to combat climate change. Could the leader please outline the vision of this council and our partners that would have been jeopardised if such a reckless proposal had been agreed? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Waller. Deputy Leader.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and also thank you to Councillor Waller for prior notice of the question. And I also should have said that with regards to Councillor Mullen. I do apologise in that sense. As I mentioned earlier in this meeting, the decision of the local Liberal Democrats and Conservative groups to attempt to destroy our plans to be carbon neutral by 2030 have been truly shocking. The sheer madness of it is unbelievable with regards to what their proposal was. We now need to accept that some sections of this council are acting as if they were climate change deniers, as there is no other rationale for their proposal to permanently, Mr. Mayor, remove our climate change fund. Sunderland Council, and as a city of a whole, must act urgently to eliminate its carbon emissions. Tackling the global climate crisis is a key challenge for this generation, and as a local authority, we must play our part. There are limited proven solutions and there is limited time. It is therefore crucial that local and regional authorities support one another to develop, test and implement solutions, working together across all sectors so that we can learn quickly from approaches which have worked and which have not worked, so that we can all benefit. As an authority, we are committed to becoming carbon neutral in 9 years. And as a city, we have set out how as a city we'll reach that goal by 2040. Every aspect of council activity must be re-evaluated in terms of reaching a carbon neutral footprint. Our businesses, our residents, our partners all must be encouraged, empowered and able to do the same. Since the climate emergency declared in 2019, the council has set up a citywide 2030 board which has overseen the development of the city's low carbon framework that was adopted in December. The government's Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, together with UK carbon experts, has identified that in order to reach our targets for emissions, we need to ensure we reduce our emissions by 14.4% each year. The low carbon framework, and these are challenging targets, Mr. Mayor, cannot be delivered without adequate resources and strategic leadership. As part of our collective citywide approach, partners are all committing resources to tackle their emissions and set out priorities for action against the framework's 7 strategic priorities. By removing our climate change fund, and as you say, Councillor Waller, that £1 million a year to achieve the ambitious targets that have just been referenced, how could we then expect our partners to commit their own resources to a carbon neutral future for our children and grandchildren? The Council has established a low carbon team to ensure this critical work is embedded strategically and operationally. Thankfully, as the disgraceful proposals put forward by the Liberal Democrats and supported by the Conservative group were not successful, this team can continue to focus on work to ensure, as a council, we meet our 2030 carbon neutral target. Addressing this challenge will involve major intervention, particularly on energy, transport modes, and in the retrofitting of our building environment, as well as ensuring new buildings across the city meet our low carbon ambitions. Work is already underway and bearing fruit as we set out earlier as part of my regular update to the council. This includes funding secured public sector decarbonisation projects linked to the council's operational buildings, as well as retrofitting domestic properties and support for small and medium-sized businesses to become more efficient, together with the rollout of LED lights in parks across the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. The next question is from Councillor McDonough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. After it was revealed that the bill for the furniture for the new City Hall was going to reach over £3 million, would the Leader of the Council please provide a cost breakdown and let us know if he believes that the price tag represents value for money for City taxpayers?
Thank you, Councillor McDonough. Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Councillor McDonough, for prior notice of your question. To clarify, the budget for furniture and equipment provision for the City Hall has been made public for some time, with the budget forming part of the 2020-2021 capital programme. The budget allowance has been estimated based on developments of a similar size and scale of building as City Hall. We are still in the process of determining the specification and cost of the furniture, with the procurement process due to commence shortly. Where appropriate, existing furniture and IT hardware will be repurposed and used in the building to keep costs down. In respect of the price tag representing value for money, I believe the costs do so. More than ever, organisations such as the Council need to lead the way in providing quality working environments in order to attract and retain staff, as well as provide modern and appropriate spaces to meet residents' and visitors' needs. Moreover, due to the impact of the pandemic, the Council needs to adapt to new ways of working, and as such needs to provide the appropriate facilities and technologies to enable staff to work seamlessly, no matter where they are working from, in order to ensure services are maintained to our residents and customers. Now, Councillor McDonough, as I've already said earlier this evening, with regards to a public question on a very similar thing, this Council will not be spending £250,000 on a sofa like your Prime Minister. It will not be spending £100 a roll of wallpaper like your Prime Minister. We will not be getting it paid for by dodgy Tory donors trying to get round the rules for funding items, and we will not be spending £2.6 million of the public purse on a Tory propaganda office in Downing Street within City Hall, because we are spending the Council and the public's money wisely here to give City Hall a great work infrastructure for our staff to work in and for visitors to enjoy when they're there. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Supplementary, Mr. Mayor.
I thought there might be.
Thank you.
Carry on, Councillor McDonough.
I'll try and be quick, Mr. Mayor. Yes, just with regard to that, can the Leader of the Council guarantee to us now that the current budget will be the set budget and we're not expecting any cost overruns as a result of the changes around COVID?
I cannot and will not guarantee that, Councillor McDonough, because the procurement exercise has not occurred, and it would be foolish for me to do so. I think it unlikely that it will exceed the budget figure that we've put in place, and I'm quite confident we will not exceed it, but I can't guarantee it, Councillor McDonough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Leader. The next question is from Councillor Mordy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, there are many excellent regeneration projects currently underway across the city that, once complete, will transform the face of Sunderland. Could the Leader of the Council outline the long-term plans for the Sunnyside area of the city centre so it too can reach its full potential? Thank you.
Okay, I believe this is going to be responded to by Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mordy, for the question. This council is fully committed to transformational change in our city centre as part of our post-COVID economic recovery response. The investment now being delivered in Riverside, Sunderland, our rail station, and the Future High Streets programme will create the conditions for areas such as Sunnyside to take advantage of this change. Our focus for Sunnyside remains that it will become a residential-focused, culturally diverse, mixed-use investment opportunity, And to this end, we are preparing the way by doing the following things: continuing to make strategic acquisitions for regeneration purposes in the area, using our considerable ownerships to support investment in regeneration, especially the conversion of properties for creative industries and residential occupation, protecting the heritage of Sunnyside through the grant mechanisms within the Heritage Action Zone programme, developing a new mixed-use community of over 100 homes to buy and rent on a 2-acre site through a community-based partnership, featuring high-quality design and modern methods of construction. Continuing our work with cultural industries in Sunnyside to build on the area's reputation as an attractive place for creative entrepreneurs. Supporting the reopening of the leisure economy in the area through funding of a branding and marketing campaign, financed and delivered in partnership with the Sunderland Business Improvement District. And lastly, Councillor, it's working with people just like you, Councillor Modi, who stands up for his ward, who spearheads and shouts the loudest at times, bangs on my door far too many times as well, but is passionate about the area. And that's the reason that Sunnyside will succeed, because it's got so many supporters, so many cheerleaders and so many ambassadors, for which you are one. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Members, we've reached our 30 minutes.
Can I propose an extension, please, Mr. Mayor?
Do you have a seconder?
Niall Hodson, Mayor Sunderland.
Okay. Can you just give me a moment, please? Is that agreed, or do we need a vote on it?
We need, Mr. Mayor, we need to vote on it. Unlike the last time, there are still 7 questions to go through. This could take some time, and we set a 30-minute limit on questions because councillors get a written answer anyway. So if it goes to a vote, the Labour group will be voting against an extension.
Sorry, can you repeat that, Leader? I didn't quite
Sorry,
hear you.
Mr. Mayor, I said if this has to go to a vote, the Labour group will vote against an extension because there's so many questions still to go through, and half an hour is the time we've allotted for this.
Sorry, the sound zoomed out there. Yeah, can we have a vote set up, an electronic vote set up, please, regarding whether we have an extension or not?
Mr. Mayor, vote 3 is available now.
Okay, can members please vote?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, could members please stop voting now, and could the officer give the initial figures, please?
Mr. Mayor, we've had 15 votes for, 28 votes against, and 2 abstentions.
Thank you. I'll now take the votes from the members who've been unable to vote electronically. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
Against. Thank you, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
Against, Elaine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
For democracy.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Doyle.
For the extension, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKeith.
For the extension, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Loughlin.
Against, Elaine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doris McKnight.
Against, Elaine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heron.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Spedding.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
For.
Thank you. Are there any members who have been unable to give their vote?
Yes, Councillor Scanlon.
Councillor Scanlon, could we have your vote, please?
Yes, against.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
For.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't voted?
Councillor Ledbetter.
Could we have your vote, please?
For, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members? Mr. Mayor, I think all members have now voted, and so if we could have the updated totals, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 21 votes for, 38 votes against, and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Obviously, the vote to extend the question time has been overruled, so we'll move on. Next is a report of actions on petitions. Does any member wish to comment on the report?
Councillor Stewart, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in relation to the traffic calming measures proposed in Ramsgate Road and Rhodesia Road, and it was just to thank the officers involved with regards to the ongoing consultation that we've had, both myself and Councillor Davison, with regards to various options for traffic calming measures in the area, and just to welcome that the officers have been and made themselves available to ensure that that consultation with ourselves has gone exceedingly well, and just to welcome the fact that we will be consulting, or the council will be consulting shortly with residents on what we hope will be a positive outcome to their petition. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lawson is also indicating.
Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's in relation to the petition from residents around traffic calming to Brierley and Bosley. If I could just comment that there's a mistake on the text there. So the first line, at the meeting of the council on the 29th of January 2021, that was actually the meeting of the council on the 29th of January 2020. So it's actually been a while now for residents of Brierley and Bosley to get an outcome on this. I do appreciate, though, the work that the council officers have put in, and that they're going to look at new criteria for when traffic calming measures are required. Obviously, I'm not going to be on the council once that happens, but I just want to thank people for the work they've done on that. But it does seem to be a long time now since that petition was presented to council by me, and I just think if the local residents could be given some reassurance that those investigations are going to be happening soon. I appreciate it's been difficult with COVID, and we haven't been doing things as quickly or as well as we would normally want to. But I do think that local residents would appreciate a little bit more clarity on when those investigations will start. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any more comments? Councillor Wilson, Denny Wilson, you've got your camera on. Did you want to say anything, or?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Can we accept the report?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, we now move on to motions on notice. Members are reminded that arrangements were made for more notices on motions to be given electronically and to be emailed to the Chief Executive rather than signed and delivered in person. Leader, would you like to move the suspension of the relevant standing orders with regard to this?
Technology, it's a wonderful thing, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd like to move suspension of Standing Order 11.1 and 13.1 so far as they require the signing and delivering of a notice of motion to be carried out in person.
Thank you, Leader. Deputy Leader, do you second the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Does Council agree the suspension of the relevant standing orders?
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay, thank you. We will now move on to the first one, which is the subject of vaccines for all. I call upon Councillor Checker to read and move the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion reads, this council notes that in order to address the coronavirus pandemic and strengthen public health efforts, the coronavirus vaccine must be safely accessible to everyone, regardless of immigration status, ID or proof of address. The government has stated that everyone is able to access the coronavirus vaccine, but in practice, people are being asked for ID, unable to register with the GP, are afraid to access services because of long-standing and entrenched barriers to healthcare. Without further action, the pandemic will continue to have a disproportionate impact on all marginalised groups, including migrant communities, people experiencing or at risk of homelessness, and BME communities. Thank you. This council therefore agrees to sign up to the Vaccine for All campaign, calling on the Department of Health and Social Care to ensure the vaccine programme works for everyone and seeks to address the specific barriers faced by these communities. I move the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Johnston, would you like to second the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
Councillor Checker, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The UN General Secretary recently described the goal of providing vaccines to all as the biggest moral test before the global community, underlining that everyone, everywhere, must be included. Mr. Mayor, over 360 organisations have signed the call to the Department of Health and Social Care to take action and ensure access to the COVID-19 vaccine for everyone in the UK, regardless of immigration status, proof of address or ID. These include Oxford, Haringey and Bristol councils, health institutions such as the Royal College of Midwives and the Faculty for Public Health, migrant and homelessness charities, GP surgeries and primary care networks, trade unions, including the Trade Union Congress and Unite. This call responds to the government announcement on Monday, the 8th of February, that the coronavirus vaccine would be available free of charge to all adults in the UK, regardless of immigration status, and that immigration status will not be checked when registering for a vaccine. In reality, this policy doesn't go far enough to guarantee that everybody in the UK will be able to access a vaccine. Many people are still excluded from accessing the vaccine. This includes those without immigration status, undocumented migrants, those with precarious immigration status, migrants housed by local authorities, people experiencing homelessness, people not registered with a GP, and people that do not have identification or proof of address. Mr. Mayor, last week in the Health and Wellbeing Board and yesterday in Cabinet, we endorsed and approved for publication the Sunderland Healthy City Plan. This plan has been aligned with the COVID-19 health inequalities strategy and acknowledges the current and ongoing impacts of the pandemic. The plan is vital in terms of identifying and addressing the enduring health and wellbeing needs that have been exposed and exacerbated by the pandemic, and will inform work to narrow inequalities gaps. These inequalities are likely to exacerbate poor access to the vaccine for certain groups. The Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation has said that to reduce health inequalities, targeted action focused on some population groups is required. In a recent survey of migrant experiences trying to access the NHS, the Joint Council for the Welfare of Immigrants found that 43% of migrants were fearful of seeking healthcare for fear of having their status tested or being charged. Of those with refugee status, 56% were wary of accessing healthcare because of fears of data sharing between the NHS and the Home Office, rising to 81% for those with no official status. No wonder people are wary about accessing the NHS for their vaccine. This call to the Department of Health and Social Care sets out clear recommendations to tackle these problems and promote access to the vaccine for everyone, regardless of their immigration status. The campaign aims to directly address fear and mistrust and begin to restore the confidence in the NHS for communities that have previously been excluded from care. The government must also provide resources, support and guidance for all organisations involved in the vaccine rollout to ensure that undocumented migrants and other excluded groups are not prevented from accessing the vaccine through exclusionary policies or practices, such as asking people to bring ID when it's not needed. Mr. Mayor, I've spoken in this chamber before about vaccine update to allay fears about its safety and encouraging our communities to take up the vaccine when it's offered. But for our genuinely excluded communities, we must go further. We have an amazing team in Sunderland across this council, the NHS, the CCG, primary care networks and our community partners. Together, we've identified that people who are vital in the vaccine outreach and hesitancy work. And I know that there are people out there going above and beyond to support the vaccine rollout in some of our vulnerable communities. Mr. Mayor, our colleagues at FODI, or Friends of the Drop-In for Asylum Seekers and Refugees in Sunderland, have been helping some of our residents to register at GPs and access the vaccine, often providing very personalised one-to-one support. And led by Dr. Fadi Khalil, who's the clinical director of the vaccination programme, we've really begun coordinating the efforts to target our hard-to-reach groups. This has included a pop-up vaccination centre in the Bangladeshi centre in February with really good attendance, and a further vaccination clinic due to be set up. A vaccination clinic at the mosque 2 weeks ago, which also had good uptake. A vaccination clinic this weekend at the Minster Church for asylum seekers and key workers. And we've approached other interfaith groups to coordinate further vaccination clinics across the city. Mr. Mayor, our team here in Sunderland are always keen to engage with any groups that are hard to reach, and we'll be able to go out and vaccinate any group once that coordination is in place. And I'm really proud of the efforts that I've seen and been involved with. It's thanks to this combined approach of the council, NHS, primary care network, community colleagues that we're able to lead the way. And I pass my heartfelt thanks on to every single person that has helped, even in a small way, for our vulnerable communities to receive their vaccine. It will be really hard work to undo the widespread fear and mistrust, but I would like to see other areas of the country where I know access to the vaccine is not as it is here in Sunderland, to follow our lead and ensure access to the COVID-19 vaccination for everyone in the UK, regardless of immigration status, proof of address or ID. Mr Mayor, I'll let my colleague Councillor Johnston discuss what's happening for the homeless community in Sunderland. And therefore, I would just like to end with the UN Secretary General again, who said that none of us is safe until all of us are safe. And I could not agree more. We have a common vision. Let us now put people first everywhere. I hope everyone here supports this motion, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Checker. Before we move on, Councillor McClellan, would you be so kind to turn your camera off, please? Thank your camera off. Thank you. Councillor Johnson, would you like to speak now?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Homeless people, migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, and some people from Black, Asian and minority ethnic backgrounds are among those struggling to get a coronavirus vaccine, even when they're entitled to one. In my role within the Dynamic City portfolio, I've been able to have oversight of this situation here in Sunderland for our homeless and travelling community in receiving the vaccine. And while no travelling communities have arrived in the city this year, thanks to the dedicated team overseen by myself and Councillor Atkinson, we have a process in place to ensure they are able to access health services, including vaccinations, if and when they arrive. Mr Mayor, I've been concerned from the outset of this pandemic on people that are homeless and at risk of homelessness. These people already suffer from grave health inequalities and have a lower life expectancy. People who either live on the streets or in temporary accommodation are at an increased transmission risk of the disease and are often already at an increased risk of death as they have long-term health conditions which have not been picked up. Many people who are homeless should already be in a priority group as they are clinically vulnerable, but the problem is they are going to be picked up if they are not registered with a GP, as the system does not know where they are. Homeless people are much likely to transmit the virus to each other and end up in hospital services with COVID-19 and die of the virus, so it makes absolute sense to make sure this group is a priority for the vaccine. Some homeless people are reluctant to access health services due to the stigma and treatment they have experienced in the past. Many of them have been traumatised by the discrimination they have encountered. But even when the hurdle of getting those experiencing homelessness to register with the GP is overcome, they still need support. They might not have a phone, might not help filling in form, or face language or digital barriers, especially when a lot of things to do with the vaccine are all online. GP registration remains the priority route to accessing the vaccine for most people. Our GPs in Sunderland take their responsibilities very seriously, although I have heard recent stories, unfortunately, of GP receptionists not being as understanding, shall we say. I'm proud to say that in Sunderland, thanks to the high priority which has been placed on vaccinating our most vulnerable residents from this council, the NHS and the CCG, we have a very strong and proactive approach to this. Support is available to help people register with the GP, and although this process could definitely be improved, I am proud that it is on the radar of our specialist outreach staff within the council and our voluntary and community organisations supporting people in these vulnerable groups. We need to get the vaccine coverage in every population. If we do not protect our whole population, then the coronavirus will just keep creeping back. The government must support GP surgeries up and down the country to register patients and ensure people are not being denied registration. GPs are being encouraged to take action to help register people, and practitioners should not be turning away anyone trying to register who doesn't have proof of ID, address or immigration status. We must stop this disproportionate impact of the disease on marginalised groups. Mr Mayor, this weekend we are aiming to have a roving or pop-up vaccination centres available for homeless people to attend, working with our partners in places like the Salvation Army and the YMCA. I would like to see the rest of the country follow the lead of Sunderland, prioritise these communities and ensure they're not forgotten as the vaccination programme continues across the UK. I hope everyone in this meeting tonight supports us as a council in joining 361 other organisations up and down the country in signing up to the Vaccine for All campaign, calling on the Department of Health and Social Care to ensure the vaccine programme works for everyone. And with this, Mr Mayor, this is the reason I proudly second this motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I understand that Councillor Mullen has an amendment. Councillor Mullen, can you read it out, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's to add to the end of this motion. However, Council also recognises that all necessary safety measures should be in place when administering a vaccine. Nurses should not be put in a position where they are asked to give injections to patients whose full medical history is not known, lest the patient suffers an adverse reaction, who cannot speak English to give their consent without a translator being present, or where it is not clear to the nurse administering the vaccine that the requisite safety checks have been met. This Council's endorsement of vaccines for all shall be immediately withdrawn in the event that the Nursing and Midwifery Council or an equivalent professional body expresses objection to its aims.
Read it all. Doesn't have to read it all out.
Right, okay, thank you, Councillor Mullen. Councillor Ledbetter, do you second the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I second the amendment and reserve the right to speak. May I also apologise at this time for my late attendance at this council meeting. It was due to technical problems.
No problem. Thank you, Councillor Ledbetter. Councillor Mullen, would you like to speak to this, please?
Yes, just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, it's quite a straightforward amendment, the purpose of which is to add safeguards for nurses that it refers to implicitly, and safeguards for the council's reputation in case a professional body comes out at a later stage against the campaign. And the amendment covers things like medical history, the ability to give consent, and it aligns the council with future statements made by professional bodies, as I've mentioned. So my group will support the motion with the amendment attached for the reason that it is a safeguard of that nature, but not without it. However, I am surprised that we're discussing this subject at all, given the Labour LGA group has advised Labour campaigners not to discuss the vaccine because of its popularity and because it is seen to help Boris Johnson. But aside from that, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to support the motion as long as these safeguards are in place.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Does anybody else wish to speak on the amendment?
Councillor Mann, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Checker will have the right of reply on the amendment. Councillor Butler. Mr. Mayor, I think that's all of the speakers. So the speakers on the amendment will be Councillor Mann, Councillor Doyle, Councillor Butler, Councillor Ledbetter, and Councillor Checker has the right of reply.
Okay, thank you, William. Councillor Mann, would you like to speak to the amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and keep this brief. I was going to speak to the substantive motion, but I will speak to the amendment as I agree with the safeguards being put in place by the Conservative group. As I say, I'll keep it brief. I was just wondering about the connection that Councillor Checker must have with Oxford City Council, as the substantive motion has sections that are directly plagiarised from Oxford City Council, which is fine, but it's the motion is actually a statement that was published by Oxford City Council on Tuesday, the 9th of February. So it's about the government has stated that everyone is able to access the coronavirus vaccine, but in practice, people are being asked for ID. This, of course, is unacceptable. We know that this is a problem. It's a problem accessing GPs, and we urge all residents across the city, regardless of immigration status, to access a GP to enable them to get the vaccine, because regardless of whether they have ID. I would say as well that yes, it's making it very important that everybody should have access. And to me, a priority here would be our police, our firefighters, our teachers, our homeless veterans, VCAS workers, youth workers, charity people. And it does appear that people are slipping through the net, especially in educational special needs cases. But I know that we are catching across the city anybody that is slipping through the net, and we don't want to see this. As a member of the Health and Wellbeing Scrutiny Committee, we're receiving regular updates about the rollout of the programme across our city, and I'm delighted how well we are going and showing how brilliant we've been nationally. We have reached out to our BMA communities in that we have vaccinated in the Bangladeshi centre, and we are going out to mosques to vaccinate. Also, for people with special needs or do not have the capacity to make that decision, they are receiving education, they are receiving the vaccine out in respite centres, short break centres, and also day centres. So this is really good news. But I would like to say that we do need to prioritise our frontline workers. And I'll also add with the amendment that adding safeguards to our nursing staff is a good amendment, and I support that very much. And I'll end with a quote from Oxford City Council, whose statement it was, and it was from, and I quote, Councillor Louise Upton, who was the Cabinet Member for Safer Healthy Oxford. She states in this statement that was published on the 9th of February that we believe it is in the best interests of everyone that UK residents are able to access healthcare regardless of their migration status or homelessness. It's not just the right thing for those individuals. These are people who live and work in our city, and now I'm talking about Sunderland, not Oxford. And we know them as part of our communities and our businesses. Protecting their health is part of protecting all of us. We oppose any discrimination in government policy or the way it is delivered that denies them access to healthcare. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mann. Councillor Doyle?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I intend to keep this very brief as well. The government's world-leading vaccine programme has administered the first dose of a vaccine to more than half of the UK's adult population, and that's an astonishing achievement, of course, and vindicates the approach taken by the government early to secure early access to, I think it's 457 million doses of the 8 most promising vaccine candidates as they were, and invest heavily in rapid rollout. But we cannot regard our brilliant vaccine programme as a true success if we do not ensure consent from every one of the patients being given the jab. In some cases, for example, it might be unsafe for a patient to receive a vaccine due to a severe allergy, and therefore we must ensure that medical histories are known and translators provided if necessary. We have to be extremely careful, I think, when talking about mass vaccination that we do not disregard safety. And it seems to be, Mr. Mayor, that this amendment is quite simply a safety net. It guarantees that this council will not endorse a campaign that in any way undermines professional ethics and standards. And the Conservative group, of course, fully accepts that vaccinating the entire UK population is essential. We all want to put this awful virus behind us. I would actually like to support what I think is the aim of the original motion, which is to achieve equity in the vaccine rollout. So a safety-first approach is what I think this amendment is trying to achieve, and I would urge colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Andrew Wood, you had your hand up. Can you give me the reason? Or?
Just wish to speak, Mr. Mayor, and didn't quite get my hand up in time originally.
Well, while you're here, you might as well speak now.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to say that the Lib Dem, I keep it incredibly brief. Lib Dems will be supporting both the amendment, which seems reasonable to us, as well as the motion, even if the amendment does not get passed. A number of our residents in our wards covered by the BME communities and by other means, we'd like to help them and ensure that the vaccine is available to as many people as possible. Also like to register thanks to the mosque, to the Bangladesh Centre, for all of the help and support that they've been given in ensuring that people are vaccinated. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Michael Butler.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, while I don't disagree with the amendment, as a healthcare professional myself working in the NHS, consent and safety precautions and access to a patient's full medical history is something that we would take into account anyway. But like I said, I don't disagree with what Councillor Doyle has said. I'm really happy to hear the word equity, because I think that's really important within the healthcare system. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Ledbetter, you reserve the right to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The professional standards of practice and behaviour for nurses, midwives and nursing associates 2015 contains the professional standards that nurses must uphold and adhere to. The code clearly states nurses must practice effectively and preserve safety. In order to practice effectively, nurses must always practice in line with the best available evidence. In terms of administering medication safely, nurses must adhere to the rights of medication administration. One of these rights is ensuring you are actually administering medication to the right person. The motion as set out would potentially require nursing and other medical staff to administer said vaccination without any knowledge of the individual they are administering the vaccination to, and thus would be in violation of the professional standards as set out by the Nursing and Midwifery Council and other professional bodies. Knowledge of the patient is a fundamental fact of safe and effective practice. The motion as it stands at this point in time is in effect requiring nursing and other professionals to administer medications to individuals of whom they have no clear knowledge of identity or medical history, which not only puts the patient at risk, but also the professional administering the vaccine. Confirmed anaphylaxis post-vaccination occurs extremely rarely. However, individuals who have confirmed anaphylactic reactions to a previous vaccination containing the same antigens or a confirmed anaphylactic reaction to another component found in the relevant vaccine should not receive the vaccine, in this case the COVID-19. The motion as set out could potentially prevent the nurses or other professionals from knowing the relevant history in the patient in front of them, and thus placing the patient at extreme risk. As a nurse of 56 years' experience, I would be unwilling to place my professional registration at risk by administering a vaccine to an individual whose identity was unclear and of whom I have little or no knowledge of their medical conditions or history. And on that basis, I second the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ledbetter. Councillor Checker, you have the right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Mayor, I do not have any issue whatsoever with the proposed amendment. It is entirely unnecessary, and the reason that it is entirely unnecessary, Councillor Ledbetter has just outlined very, very well. Thank you very much, Councillor Ledbetter. Nobody is asking any professional to put themselves in a position where they are doing anything that goes against professional standards, ethics, code of conduct, or that would put anybody at any risk. At nowhere in the motion does it say that. Mr. Mayor, I'm often criticised in this council for bringing politics into things that aren't political, and I think that this motion is not one that's about making political gains. It was mentioned that it was suggested that this could be somehow advantageous to the Conservative Party. You know, this for me is a motion that is about putting people before politics. This is about protecting our vulnerable communities. I'm very, very pleased to accept the amendment. As a nurse myself, I am registered with the Nursing and Midwifery Council, as is every nurse that is administering a vaccine. Mr. Mayor, it goes without saying that no nurse would do anything that went against their professional body. If the opposition feel the need to put that in writing, then that is absolutely fine with me. As I said, completely unnecessary. Nowhere in the original motion was it suggesting that any healthcare professional did anything that went against their professional code or their standards or their ethics. I would like to comment on Councillor Mann's point that the suggestion that the motion was plagiarised. This is a campaign, and I don't know if Councillor Mann might have, if she'd done a bit of research before she spoke, she might have realised that Oxford Council got their information from the same place that I did, which was from a national campaign. That the Vaccines for All campaign is what we're asking the council to sign up to. That's where the information came from that Oxford Council used. It's also where the information for our motion came from. I don't think that would have been too difficult to find out if we'd just done a little bit of research there. Clearly, this isn't about anything other than enabling the vulnerable in our society to have equitable access to the vaccine. The amendment, I think, takes away from some of that. However, the main motion, I think, remains relevant. Therefore, for that reason, I'm going to suggest that we support this slightly unnecessary, but support this motion if it means that we get across the council all parties signing up for this, because this is a really big thing for us to do as a council, to show our commitment to everybody in our city and all communities that we want them to all have access to the vaccine. So for that reason, I'll be supporting the motion, the amendment to the motion, and I'm sure my Labour colleagues will be too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chair. Can we have a vote on the amendment, please?
Agreed.
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 Agreed. Agreed.
No vote. Agreed.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. I just wanted to make sure. Can we have the new substantive motion, please? Can I have that to read out? Okay, now the substantive motion reads: this council notes that in order to address coronavirus pandemic and strengthen public health efforts, the coronavirus vaccine must be safely accessible to everyone, regardless of immigration status, ID or proof of address. The government has stated that everyone is able to access the coronavirus vaccine, but in practice, people are being asked for ID and are unable to register with the GP and are afraid to access health services because of long-standing and entrenched barriers to healthcare. If you have the next part, please. Without further action, the pandemic will continue to have disproportionate impact on marginalised groups, including migrant communities, people experiencing or at risk of homeless and BME communities. This council therefore agrees to sign up for the Vaccine for All campaign, calling the Department of Health and Social Care to ensure the vaccine programme works for everyone, to address the specific barriers faced by those communities. Next slide, please. However, the Council recognises that all the necessary safety measures should be in place when administrating a vaccine. Nurses should not be put in a position where they're asked to give injections to patients who do not have a full medical history, lest the patient suffers from adverse reaction, who cannot speak English, to give consent without a translator being present, or where it is not clear that the nurse administrating the vaccine that the requisite safety checks have been met. This Council's endorsement of vaccines for all shall be immediately withdrawn in the event that the Nursing Midwifery Council or equivalent professional body expresses objection to its aims. This Council... Oh, I've just lost the... Can we put the screen up again? Okay, everyone, is any further amendments or comments?
Councillor Snowden. Just Councillor Diane Snowden, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Diane Snowden, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to support this substantive motion. As many of you know, I've returned to the NHS to work as a COVID vaccinator in our local Nightingale Hospital. I'm so proud to be working alongside fellow doctors, nurses, ambulance staff, fire service staff, military and many, many volunteers from all walks of life to help deliver the programme. Many of us are returners to the NHS. I fully support the Vaccines for All campaign. I have witnessed firsthand the joy and relief and tears that residents have shared when they have been vaccinated. No one should be left out. Without this vaccine being accessible to everyone, it does not protect us all. We all need to be vaccinated. Mr. Mayor, can I applaud the work done by our community colleagues who are working so hard to encourage vaccine take-up in the most vulnerable communities, as highlighted by Councillor Checker and Councillor Johnston. Mr. Mayor, I'm very concerned about our vaccine supply and promises that have been made by this Conservative government, especially that all adults or 50 to 54 in England are to be urged to get their first dose in the next few days, when I know many can't get appointments. Mr. Mayor, at the Nightingale, we are fully staffed to deliver 1,300 vaccines a day, but I know that over the forthcoming weeks, we are likely to drop to 400 a day. This lumpy supply will mean that we can only give our second dose vaccines. Mr. Mayor, the government needs to address this and be honest with our residents, as well as addressing the specific barriers which we have mentioned earlier in this motion. I ask Council to fully support this motion, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Diane Snowden. Councillor Checker, you've got the right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I haven't got anything else to add, although I would just like to put on record my thanks to Councillor Snowden, Diane Snowden, for everything that she's doing. She's been a true hero throughout this, and I would like to thank her wholeheartedly. And I have nothing else to add, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Checker. Does Council agree the substantive motion?
Agreed.
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 Agreed. Agreed.
Okay, members, before we move on, I think we've been here for nearly 3.5 hours, and I think we have staff and probably members who want a comfort break. Could somebody move and second a 10-minute break, please?
Move a 10-minute break, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Okay, now we're going to move on to the second notice of motion, and it's about the eliminating the use of pesticides. I call upon Councillor Farthing to read and move the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This council notes the increasing concerns raised by residents of this city over the use of pesticides such as glyphosate and the impact they have on human, animal and environmental health through their use on our streets, housing estates, parks and gardens. That these concerns are now increasingly supported by a growing body of scientific evidence that show potential links of glyphosate to cancer, liver disease, as well as disruption to reproductive and fertility in the human population. That there is also increasing scientific evidence of a steep decline of a number of insect species ranging from bees through to butterflies caused by the use of glyphosate. That due to recent scientific evidence, many towns and cities across the UK are considerably reducing, if not completely eradicating, the use of such pesticides in urban spaces and switching to non-chemical methods of weed control. This council therefore agrees to produce an action plan on the elimination of the use of all pesticides by the council, inclusive of glyphosate, within no more than 3 calendar years following the adoption of this motion by full council. Support our key partners and anchor institutions to follow suit and develop their own strategy for ending the use of pesticides on land under their control. Encourage the general public to stop the use of pesticides in gardens, allotments and other areas. Develop a wider pollination strategy that will show how, as a city, we will encourage biodiversity and local ecosystems through regeneration and protection of local habitats. For example, through development of local community orchards and gardens, introductions of a wildflower flowering programme, or simple rewilding areas of the city.
Okay, Councillor Farthing, do you move the motion? Can you just confirm?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I move the motion.
Okay, Councillor Atkinson, would you like to second the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Second the motion.
Okay, Councillor Farthing, would you like to speak to the motion, please?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Carry on.
I'm moving this motion, Mr. Mayor, as a tribute to the man who inspired me to campaign to stop the use of glyphosate, Mr. Mac Farrington. I was first introduced to Mac by Councillor George Thompson. Mac was passionate about his family, his home, his little dog, and about the banning of glyphosate. And I still have the hardback file of evidence that he presented to me. He would not allow glyphosate to be sprayed on the grass verge that backed his home and kept it in trim himself. He reported personnel spraying glyphosate without masks and protective clothing. He was concerned for their health. And the reason for this was that Mac had contracted brain cancer, was determined to eliminate potential carcinogenic materials from our environment. Mac passed away 5 years ago, too soon to see the benches in Ayton Park that his litter picking activity had been matched to a neighbourhood improvement programme we were then running in Washington. I believe several of my colleagues, Councillor Alex Samuels and Councillor Paul Stewart, have also been inspired. In their case, it was Luke Pollard, MP, Labour's Shadow Secretary for State for the Environment, and I look forward to hearing their contributions to this debate. My reason for wanting the Council to cease to use glyphosate is that apart from its potential carcinogenic properties, it leaves muddy patches. I was able to demonstrate this to Patrick Melia when he first became Chief Executive. Patrick had advised that he wanted to visit all wards and hear about the local things that concerned members. So when Graham said, "We've got the chief coming, Lou, where shall we take him?" I had no hesitation. For me, it was Ayton Park, mainly to show him the play park, which is in great need of refurbishment, and despite having Section 106 funding, had frustratingly not been progressed by officers. I had a catalogue of emails, phone calls and discussions with cabinet members and chief officers, and still it stood in its blighted state. Patrick made some suggestions about improving the play park, and then he asked why there was so much mud along a small log boundary fence. I was straight off the mark. It's the use of glyphosate. And out came my phone with the photos I had taken in the previous year, shots of the same area with its withering grass. And I do have a great deal of photographic evidence to demonstrate what is in my view, the unnecessary and overuse of glyphosate. In Washington, it's sprayed round lampposts, park benches, along hedgerows, and in fact, anything that abuts or protrudes from grass. It leaves muddy patches, which are then prone to be inhabited by much more persistent weeds, such as dandelion and thistles. Following a trip into North Yorkshire, I was greatly impressed by the wildflower beds which abounded along roadsides and on roundabouts. I thought something similar would be appreciated by residents, so was keen to join a discussion with seed suppliers and their technical advisor when my colleague Councillor Tony Taylor mentioned it to me. What surprised me was the technique for creating urban wildflower beds is to remove the grass with glyphosate. I was expected to be a turf cutter, as is used when bulb planting. The technical expert was adamant that he advised North Yorkshire on their planting and they had used the same technique. So keen to get a project started, I gleaned the funding from our ward improvement pot, and the bed was created by the use of glyphosate. The technical expert did say that the bed would need weeding once the new plants were established. So during the summer of 2019, on one of Rickleton Residents Association's litter and volunteering Saturdays, I trooped down to the wildflower bed with my 3 granddaughters to undertake the weeding. We had forks and a Fiskars dandelion remover in our kit, along with litter pickers and bags. The bed had bloomed well, but disappointingly the dandelions, plantain and thistles had too. So we all set to work to dig them out, with much arguing about whose turn it was to use the Fiskars, as the tool allows the operator to flick the lifted weed into the collection bag. What amazed me, apart from the resistance of the weeds to the glyphosate, was the amazing insect activity that abounded amongst the wildflowers. I'm an avid gardener, so I'm used to getting down and dirty in flower and vegetable beds. I just never have seen so many and various creepy crawlies. So I would definitely encourage the further planting of wildflower beds across the city to enhance its biodiversity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Farthing. Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will keep this brief this evening. I absolutely support this motion. I'd like to pay tribute to Councillor Farthing, who's actively and notably campaigned on this issue for some time. You know, Louise always campaigns from the heart and for councillors and residents. And for me, you know, this is an opportunity for us to protect our city and our residents, and to also ensure that we lead by example and put the green agenda firmly on the map and at the forefront of our city plans. We all want a clean, green and safe city, and I feel this motion goes some way to achieve that. The green lungs of our city need our help, they need our support, and they ultimately need our protection. And with this motion, we are ensuring our guardianship over those areas. So, Councillor Farthing, thank you for highlighting this issue, and I hope it is supported by all tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Can I ask at this point, is there any amendments? No?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, does anyone else wish to speak on the motion, please?
Councillor Mann, Councillor Crosby, Councillor Stewart, Councillor McKeith, Councillor Denny Wilson, Councillor Samuels, Councillor Graham Miller, Mr Mayor, I think that's all of the speakers. Therefore, the speakers are Councillor Mann, Crosbie, Stewart, McKeith, Denny Wilson, Samuels, Graham Miller, and Councillor Farthing has the right of reply.
Okay, thank you, William. Councillor Mann, would you like to come in at this point?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, to strongly endorse, fabulous. Can't think of a better motion to go through, and it's a joy to see. Yeah, we really need to get some of our areas cleaned up, and what a marvellous opportunity for our children across the city for the future. It's a dangerous situation. We know that. Councillor Farthing has spoken very eloquently on that, and I couldn't add to it. I'm not a gardener and I hate creepy crawlies. My contribution is throwing bee bombs around the city as often as I can. So yes, fully endorsed. Thanks very much for that. And I'm proud to say we're happy with it. I've been looking recently at quite a lot of my residents looking at social media groups about urban farming. So, you know, just starting with flowers, getting things out on the verges and helping our city. Thanks very much, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Crosbie?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Pesticides not only kill bees, but also cause a catastrophic decline in insect and plant diversity in general. In 2015, I put forward a Freedom of Information request to the Council, and at that time I was informed that the Council used a non-residual glyphosate pesticide on some of its grass verges up to 3 times a year. The reason I asked this question was that I'd witnessed the use of weed killer on a wonderfully diverse grass verge on a site next to green fields that I passed every day on the way to work on Burden Lane. As a keen environmentalist who's previously taken part in vegetation surveys, I'd noted at least 30 wildflower species, such as cornflowers, poppies, codsfoot, orchids and birdsfoot trefoil. Some of these are quite rare in Sunderland, and the grass verge was alive with insect pollinators. After the application of weed killer, this marvellous diversity was reduced to only 1 or 2 unhealthy looking plants and grass. Sadly, the grass verge didn't have the opportunity to recover, as shortly afterwards it was designated as a building site, and there are now pavements and houses where once there were green fields. So much for this rich habitat, but there are many more around Sunderland. I'm sure that future generations will be shocked that we ever considered using these toxins to destroy our bee, insect and wildflower habitats, risking the important pollinators that are vital to our crops and holding our natural heritage in such low regard. As a gardener myself, I never used them. Therefore, I'm very glad to see that a more enlightened policy of preserving our natural heritage, especially our bee population, by ceasing to use these pesticides, is proposed by this council. The Lib Dems will be happy to support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crosbie. Councillor Stewart?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Again, support the motion. Looking at public opinion and how public opinion changes. I mean, as a councillor, even just 2 or 3 years ago, I do recall the council missed one of its 2 or 3 times a year that it uses weed killer. It actually missed part of my ward out, and there was such a furore with regards to the local residents about that we hadn't poisoned the weeds, that the council undertook to actually clear the weeds as a special priority. But increasingly now, what we're seeing is the question is, well, why have you sprayed the weeds? Was it necessary? And that's increasingly becoming a common occurrence with regards to the public. So I think this motion is well timed, because there is now alternatives to using pesticides, such as superheated foam, or the use of machines that can actually go down the street and scoop the weeds up, particularly in urban areas. So there are alternatives there for the council to look at and what other councils use. But I want to concentrate on the final bullet point, Mr. Mayor, because I think this is crucial and key to the whole thing, and that is the development of a pollination strategy for this council. I think it's important to ensure that this council shows it has a commitment to that wider development, to that wider biodiversity. And I'm quite sure Denny will be coming on shortly about these wildflowers, but it also means in some areas of the city that we just should leave it alone and let nature take its course. When I was researching, I'm trying to cut this desperately short, when I was researching, obviously the concerns were about the bee, and I hadn't realised until I researched that there's more than 250 different varieties of bee alone. So we need to encourage biodiversity where we can. So that's the norm for our children and grandchildren to see in the future. And I'm certainly looking forward to the implementation of this motion, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Councillor McKeith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies to start with, I still can't get my camera to work. But I'm in full support of this motion. Residents have contacted me in recent months about the use of pesticides across the St Peter's ward and indeed the city, which have left animals sick and in need of veterinary treatment. I note the speech that was given on the 24th of September 2020 by the Environmental Secretary regarding the UK's vision for improving biodiversity, both in our country and globally at the COP26. Locally, Conservative councillors and activists agree that this is an important issue to tackle, and I know that residents from across the city will be happy of the outcome of this motion should it be passed tonight. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKeith. Councillor Denny Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully support this motion, Mr. Mayor. Whether to use glyphosate or not is confusing because the government say it's okay providing conditions are followed. But glyphosate was licensed over 40 years ago. So maybe it's time for a change and make progress in the future. To me, I always think we're stuck in a green space time warp. Using weed killer developed in the 70s, using the same green space management routines from when many of our estates were first built, cutting the same pieces of grass year in, year out, without the thought of making it better or better environmental use for that space. It's 2021 now, and there's so much more we can do with our green spaces. We know the world is in an environmental crisis. It's always on the news, all over the media. Children are being taught this in school, and children are scared. They're looking around to see what the responsible adults are doing. From now on, I believe every piece of green space should be treated with respect and looked at for how it can be used to benefit the environment and the residents. I believe it's up to every councillor and every resident to put forward ideas for better uses of our green spaces. Last year, we planted a wildflower meadow at Town End Farm, and it was a great success. This year in the north area, we're going to be planting about 20 other wildflower areas on council-managed land. And if other organisations who are responsible for the land in our estates join in, we can do a lot more. For example, there are lots of green spaces on Hilton Castle Estate. And you imagine children growing up with wildflower meadows outside their front door on a beautiful restored castle at the end of the street. So let's stop talking and start doing something about it. We are the responsible adults. And for inspiration, I invite everybody to come to the north area and look at the wonderful wildflowers this summer. And a last point, what Councillor Stewart was sort of saying there, and what was said earlier, if you make a lot of developers get, when they say a bit of land that's unkempt and untended and a mess, that's when they want to build on it. So we need to be looking at these spaces. Signage is really important, that we tell people, if you're rewilding, this is why we're doing it, and people need to be educated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Denny Wilson. Councillor Alex Samuels.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Farthing for bringing this motion to Council tonight. As she quite rightly said, I was inspired by a meeting with Luke Pollard, the Shadow Environment Secretary for the Labour Party. Community orchards and wildflowers and rewilding is something that I've become very passionate about, but I'll keep it brief here today because much of what I would say has already been said, particularly just there by our North Area Chair, Councillor Wilson, who's campaigned on these issues for a very long time. In Southwick, we're actually very lucky to have the SARA project. One of its priorities and aims is to improve the green and empty land in the ward. And one of the fantastic pieces of work that they've been doing is to engage with children in local schools to find out what they want to see. And one of the overarching themes of what comes back from that engagement work is community orchards and wildlife gardens. So obviously, much to my delight, that they came up with those ideas themselves. But we're a council that listens to our residents, and this is a perfect example of us listening to the children who are the future of our communities. In Southwick, as local councillors, we've secured record investment for our green spaces for the regeneration of Southwick Village Green that you can see behind me, and for most importantly and most recently for Thompson Park. Whenever we speak with our residents, they're always so keen to see more trees, particularly fruit trees, and whenever wildflowers are mentioned, the reaction to it is always overwhelmingly positive. So we'll be really keen to make sure that those are included as plans progress for those regenerations. I'm fairly sure there won't be any problem with this motion passing today, but I'm very happy to add my support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Samuels. Leader?
Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, can I move a motion?
Sorry, who was that?
It's Councillor Andrew Woodman.
Yes, Councillor Andrew Wood.
Can I move a motion? We all seem to be in violent agreement, and in the light of actions, not words, can I move that the question now be put?
Do you have a seconder?
I'll second that, Mr Mayor.
It's up to you, Mr Mayor.
I think it's. I think everybody's in favour, really, from what I could see. Do we need to have a vote?
No.
Agreed.
No votes.
Agreed.
Agreed.
We will remember this.
Thank you, everybody. I believe the substantive motion's been agreed. We now move on to the third motion, which is a scrutiny review. I call upon Councillor Mullen to read and move the motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wish to move as follows. This council recognises the importance of robust scrutiny and believes that good scrutiny is vital to improving policy, transparency and accountability. To improve the effectiveness of scrutiny within the council, we resolve to instruct the Chief Executive to ask the LGA to recommend an appropriate expert to conduct a review of the council's scrutiny process. This review should hear representations from councillors of all parties represented on the council and to make recommendations to improve how scrutiny works, and agree to adopt the recommendations of the external expert report unless it is impractical or impossible to do so, including if the report recommends that scrutiny should be led by opposition parties.
I take it you move the motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Doyle, would you like to second the motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I second the motion.
Councillor Mullen, do you wish to speak to the motion now?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Having already touched upon issues of scrutiny and transparency earlier in this meeting, this motion is intended to strengthen the scrutiny process within the council by drawing upon independent external expertise. And our intention here is to enable council to consider the perspective of an experienced and impartial voice on how we in Sunderland do scrutiny. We've debated previously whether scrutiny should be opposition-led or led by members of the majority group. Those of us who believe it should be opposition-led have argued that the party in power should not also be responsible for leading scrutiny of members of that party, whilst Labour has claimed a democratic mandate for leading scrutiny, stating that as it controls the council, it follows that it naturally also controls the allocation of positions within the council. And these are both valid positions, Mr. Mayor, but what we are proposing here is to settle this debate by inviting an independent expert to be a referee, somebody recommended by the LGA, which we all know and trust, to settle this argument and to decide which of these two perspectives represents the best way to conduct scrutiny. Having an independent expert review the scrutiny process is not new. It's something that's been done by Sefton Council, Harborough and Thurrock, and other similar councils have done internal reviews of this nature as well. I do want to emphasise, though, Mr. Mayor, that in addition to bringing this forward, my group stands by the proposal to cut special responsibility allowances for scrutiny chairs, regardless of who has them. The leader has previously suggested that opposition parties only want to chair scrutiny committees for the money, though it's only his party that has ever voted against cutting the allowances paid to scrutiny chairs. Another issue that requires some thought is how chairs and vice chairs are allocated within the council. The Conservative group currently has the vice chair of the Children's Committee. We've had that for several years and we retained it when we were down to just 6 councillors. Our group has since doubled in size and yet we still only have that one vice chair. And similarly, the Liberal Democrat group has 8 members, which is more than our previous 6, but they get nothing for that. So it's not clear on what basis the allocation of the chairs and vice chairs is being calculated, and the logic doesn't seem to follow. And this isn't just about who scrutinises, but about what we scrutinise. My group has previously said that we feel an environmental scrutiny committee is necessary, given various issues surrounding sewerage network discharge at Fulwell and Broker, debates and campaigns about green spaces in the city, which members from all parties have objected to over the last couple of years, the plans to build the incinerator in Washington, and so on. And there are, in my view, therefore, very clear terms of reference for an environmental scrutiny committee to be formed and very obvious issues for it to tackle. And to give Councillor Julia Jackson credit, she tried to use planning and highways as a forum in which to tackle the sewerage issues that couldn't be scrutinised elsewhere, but it was determined that planning was not the correct forum for this to happen. But the problem, as I think she found and other members of that committee had, was that there was no alternative forum which was the correct place, and those issues had to be dealt with in special meetings outside of any formal committee. So in closing, Mr. Mayor, it seems to me that if other groups are not scared of scrutiny or transparency, then they would have nothing against simply considering the views and recommendations of an unbiased expert in this area. If a report produced by an LGA recommended person concludes that the majority party was right to lead scrutiny itself, I will state now unequivocally I will accept that finding. And if the report also says that scrutiny within the council is absolutely 100% as robust and as effective as it could be, I'll accept that as well. But to find out if that is the view an independent expert would take, we need to pass this motion to commission the work in the first place. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mullen. Councillor Doyle?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This motion represents, I think, a very simple request. We're calling for an independent review of this council's scrutiny process, and we ask nothing more than for this council to then accept the recommendations of that review with, I suppose, the crucial caveat that those recommendations need not be adopted if they were impractical or could not be implemented. So in summary, I think this is a very fair and reasonable request. I'm sure that all members of this council will agree that effective scrutiny is essential in maintaining public confidence. Many will no doubt further agree with an excerpt from the Local Government Association's workbook on scrutiny, which reads as follows: "It is important that all levels of government are scrutinised and held accountable for the decisions they make and the impact they have on local communities. In local government, the scrutiny function ensures that decisions made by the council executive are transparent and robust and ultimately focused on improving public services," end quote. And improving public services should stand out there as an imperative. And we believe that without reviewing existing scrutiny arrangements and taking on board the views of the 24 opposition councillors who sit on this council, it is impossible for the scrutiny process to develop and improve. And it therefore follows that without this review, we are accepting that scrutiny is nothing more than a formality. And we include within our motion, Mr. Mayor, a reference to opposition-led scrutiny. And Councillor Mullen has already explained that this is not an attempt to secure special responsibility allowances for Conservative, Lib Dem or UKIP councillors. Out of principle, we would insist upon allowances being capped at the levels set out in our budget amendment. Instead, we mention this in our motion because this is how other local authorities conduct scrutiny. Southend-on-Sea Borough Council, Wyre Forest District Council, and interestingly, Newcastle City Council all have scrutiny committees chaired by opposition members. And there are several reasons why opposition-led scrutiny is so important in our view. Professor Colin Copus of De Montfort University noted in his contribution to the Communities and Local Government Select Committee report on the effectiveness of local authority overview and scrutiny in 2017 that it is an illusion of power that if a member puts their hand up at the end of a meeting, they feel powerful, they feel as though they are making something happen. He said, "I am sure I am not giving any trade secrets away, but most of those decisions are made 2 nights before in the majority party group meetings," end quote. And the report went on to state that there are concerns that sometimes chairs can be chosen so as to cause as little disruption as possible for their leaders. It is vital that the role of scrutiny chair is respected and viewed by all as being a key part of the decision-making process, rather than as a form of political patronage. And the report went on to state, and I quote, that there are many effective and impartial scrutiny chairs working across this country, but there are concerns that how chairs are appointed has the potential to contribute to lessening the independence of scrutiny committees and weakening the legitimacy of the scrutiny process. Even if impropriety does not occur, we believe that an insufficient distance between executive and scrutiny can create a perception of impropriety, end quote. And if you'll indulge me, Mr. Mayor, I'd finally like to quote the written evidence submitted by Newcastle City Council regarding its opposition-led scrutiny arrangements. The evidence read, "This has taken place under administrations of different parties, and we believe that it adds to the clout, effectiveness and independence of the scrutiny process. It gives opposition parties a formally recognised role in the decision-making process of the authority as a whole, a more effective access to officers, and arguably better uses their skills and expertise for the benefit of the council," end quote. If this is the view of a neighbouring Labour-run authority, Mr. Mayor, then it surely cannot be unreasonable or greedy to expect Sunderland City Council to appoint opposition members to lead scrutiny committees. If it's good enough for Nick Forbes, it should be good enough for Councillor Miller. But it would be wrong of me to anticipate the recommendations of an independent review. If Council agrees this motion this evening, we would be asking an expert recommended by the LGA to impartially assess this council. We are removing politics from the equation. And so, to close, the Conservative group feels this is a wholly reasonable proposal, and I sincerely hope that members from all political parties can unite together to vote it through. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Doyle. Can I ask at this point, is there any amendments? No. Right, can I ask who wants to speak on the motion?
Councillor Mann, Councillor Michael Dixon, Councillor Hodson, Councillor Doris McKnight, Councillor Graham Miller, Councillor Darrell Dixon, Councillor Denny Wilson, Councillor Stewart, so, Mr. Mayor, the speakers are Councillors Mann, Michael Dixon, Hodson, Doris McKnight, Graham Miller, Darrell Dixon, Denny Wilson and Councillor Stewart, and Councillor Mullen will have the right of reply.
Okay, that matches my list as well. Councillor Mann, would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Briefly to speak in support of the motion as a reasonable, fair and transparent request, and without further debate. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mann. Councillor Michael Dixon.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and keep this to 2 or 3 minutes. Obviously supporting the motion, which, as Councillor Mann has just said, is a very fair one. And it's a constructive one as well. We're not here to knock scrutiny. In fact, I've always been a great supporter of scrutiny. I haven't been on scrutiny committees over a reasonable number of years. And I have to thank my first scrutiny chair, whose influence on me actually still persists to this day, because in those days, some of the officers coming into Committee Room 1 looked as though they were going to go before a judge waiting for sentence. And in many ways they were, because the scrutiny chair was Councillor Florence Anderson. And she set the scene for me as a scrutiny member, which I've taken on to this day. She was a very strong chair. She demanded answers from officers, but was also very impatient with members who did not make a contribution. If you got actively involved, she would support your line of questioning and press the officer if she felt the question had not been addressed. It was her committee, but she wanted it to work for all of us, and she ran a really tight ship. And her successor was Councillor John Scott, who was a very similar style, and it was a very good grounding for me. I thought scrutiny, I have to say, was better in those days. And Councillor Miller will remember we had as our guests some years ago, I've lost track now, some councillors from Doncaster, which was quite, well, half amusing if you read about it. Most of the Labour councillors had been arrested in around that time, and they were basically coming up to Sunderland to learn a good model of scrutiny. Councillor Miller might refer to this if he remembers it. And it was quite a proud moment. I mean, they were in trouble, and they came up to us to see how to do it better. And I'd like to get back to those days a little bit. And I think it would help if everybody accepts this motion, because we can look at all sorts of things for scrutiny. We can look at who sits on the scrutiny committees. We can look at the types of reports that are made by officers. We can even look at our remit. I mean, for example, the Economic Prosperity Scrutiny Committee that I'm on covers, and I'll just read it out, physical infrastructure, sector growth and skills, economic vibrancy, Safer Sunderland, licensing and trading standards, strategic transport, environmental services, libraries, heritage and tourism. And that's before you get onto housing. So there might well be grounds for reviewing the amount of work that committee has to do and the depth in which it can scrutinise. Should copies of reports be given to members before officers come to the meetings, as is the case with planning? There's all sorts of things we can do and speak to this expert who we think should come along. But I think one of the biggest misunderstandings that the Labour leadership have had over many years with scrutiny is the fact that they don't really trust the opposition. And in my opinion, this is completely unfair. They think probably they were going to go along there and just try and pick holes in everything that's been done at the council. Far from it. Look at the compliments that Councillor Smith gave to Councillor Francis this evening. And myself, I worked very closely with Councillor Susan Watson as her vice chair in a previously named committee of the same remit. We're here to help, and we want to make a contribution. And there are some talented councillors on all opposition parties. And I'm sorry to read about Councillor Armstrong leaving, because he's, I think contributed very well to the council, and in the future would have been an excellent committee man year on year. Greg Clark, who's was a minister and is now a scrutiny chair, select committee chair down in London. It's a Science and Technology Select Committee. He came up and we met him by Zoom a few weeks ago, and I asked him about scrutiny, and he talked around it. But the first thing that he said, and the most important thing he said, is the fact that there is a wide range of political views, and his committee is 6 Conservatives, 4 Labour and 1 SNP, and he valued the contribution that opposition members gave. And that was his message, and that's the message I would like to give tonight. So to conclude, Mr. Mayor, I think it's time that we looked at this particular scrutiny, look at it in a constructive way. We're not here to damn everything that's happening at the moment. It's to try and improve procedures. And as councillors and as a council, I can't see the remotest objection in that. So I would ask you, please, to support our motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Mayor Sunderland. I do think this is a sensible idea, this motion, and the Liberal Democrat group on the council will be supporting it. As I raised in the last meeting or the meeting before, when we looked at the scrutiny annual review, it was very frustrating that when we received the LGA white paper on scrutiny in local councils, that although it suggested as best practice, for example, having blind ballots for chairs of scrutiny, which wouldn't actually necessarily put it in the hands of the opposition, but it would at least mean that all councillors had a vote and a say in who was chairing scrutiny committees. That although that was presented to the committee, it wasn't even referred to council for consideration. It was dismissed outright. We should be reviewing the way we do scrutiny at this council. We should be following best practice from around the country. And on that basis, I don't think there's any harm in having our scrutiny procedures reviewed and seeing whether there's anything we can do to make them better. So on that basis, we'll be supporting the motion. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Doris McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This motion highlights the earlier item from the Cabinet, why we need to update the council constitution before bringing a motion forward. I am disappointed that Councillor Mullen has had to bring this to full council, as if he'd had the foresight to inquire with myself, the leader, the chief executive, or even the city solicitor, Elaine Wolf, he would have known that we are talking about, and we've been talking about for many months now, having a review, having a scrutiny conference. Many of the new councillors here won't have been to the Scrutiny Council conference, and the conferences are very, they highlight lots of ideas, what people want to bring forward. So that's what we're busy looking at the moment. So I'm really disappointed that he hasn't come to me first and asked me, or his concerns. So what I'm saying is, we've got the peer review already in place. We've got the scrutiny conference after COVID is finished. And I'm just worried that he's got an alternative motion, alternative motive, because his last paragraph says, recommended, led by opposition party. Is this what he's really on about? So I will vote with this motion tonight, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
So, thank you, Councillor Doris McKnight. Leader.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. The Labour Group will be supporting the motion. We've never shied away from peer reviews. I think Councillor Dixon is referring to 2012 because it was a while ago, and we'd done 2 peer reviews by the time we got through 2012, and they were both hugely influential and changing the mechanisms by which we did several things, including scrutiny, Councillor Dixon. You're quite correct. So we're not going to shy away from it. At the end of the day, we'll look at it and see what falls from it. I'm quite comfortable with the wording. I agree with everything that's said. We're not attempting to amend it. Let's have the LGA do what it does, and we'll see what comes from that. What comes from that review. But I have to tell you that it's some of the tone of the comments, and it mostly came from Councillor Doyle, which I'm slightly disappointed about. I don't get to say who the scrutiny chair is. I'm out the room when that vote in the Labour group happens, because I'm on the executive, and the executive don't get a vote. So myself and cabinet and area committee chairs are out the room, and Labour councillors who make up the main body of the Labour group determine who the chair of scrutiny is. And if there's anything you know about Councillor Doris McKnight, she's absolutely not scared of anybody. And I am not going to tell Councillor McKnight to do anything when it comes to her role, because she'd probably physically assault me. Because Doris is a very proud, very capable councillor with years of experience, ex-magistrate, and I'm disappointed that that sort of language is used in what is a very sensible motion on notice otherwise. So the Labour group will support it, and we'll take that forward. But we were already in train doing this. And don't take my word for it, Councillor Mullen. Go and talk to the Chief Executive. Oh, of course, you don't ever talk to the Chief Executive. You don't ever talk to me. You just come up with things. You've had plenty of opportunity to talk to the overarching chair of scrutiny, the chief exec, the leader of the council, and find out if we were going to be doing things. We'd have done stuff in 2020, but there was a public health crisis that got in the way of doing a scrutiny conference and starting it all off. So as I said, the Labour group, Mr Mayor, will support this fully, and we'll look to see what comes from it.
Okay, thank you, Leader. Councillor Darrell Dixon.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'll make this very brief. Most of what I was going to say has already been said anyway. I just want to make a few comments about what I've heard tonight. I mean, I was interested in the fact that the Conservatives feel that we don't trust them. Good heavens. I wonder why that should be. Anyway, I'm happy to support the motion. Scrutiny should always be seeking to improve. No problem with that whatsoever. And I'm happy to support a review of scrutiny, which is and to have the LGA recommend an expert. Incredible feeling of deja vu, because that's exactly what we did the last time when we got them in to recommend the system we're currently working. It's likely to be the Centre for Public Scrutiny, but we'll see. If they recommend somebody else, we'll make them welcome. I just get the feel, and especially having listened to Councillor Doyle, that it felt more like a lecture than anything else. And it seems more that instead of trying to improve scrutiny, it's something of an opportunistic power grab. But I am supporting the motion, and we'll wait and see what they said, see when they come, and we'll go along with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Darrell Dixon. Councillor Denny Wilson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Although we'll be supporting it, I think it's just a way to grab some headlines. Mr Mayor, just to be helpful to members of the public watching on YouTube and the potential billions around the world glued to the screens, can I just explain what scrutiny is? Scrutiny is an open call for the opposition to publicly challenge this council. Any criticism, any fault, any flaw in the council can be publicly exposed at scrutiny. At scrutiny, any councillor can call in anything they want to be scrutinised. They can demand answers to questions. They can publicly hold any cabinet member, chair of a committee, senior officers to account for their actions. But scrutiny isn't just about picking faults. Scrutiny can be constructive and ensuring the council is doing its job properly. Cabinet members can appreciate knowing what can be done better and what can be improved. Just to be helpful, I'll suggest some things the could scrutinise that might get headlines. For example, the could scrutinise that despite many years of Tory austerity cuts to the council budget, this Labour council is still working hard to attract multi-millions of investment to our city centre. And the could scrutinise the new City Hall, which is being mentioned tonight. The could scrutinise the new eye infirmary, that's being mentioned. The new auditorium, the new office buildings, the new culture house and library that's coming, the new railway station concourse, which got mentioned the other week. They could scrutinise the new improvements to Jackie White's Market, and they could scrutinise the new footbridge to the Stadium of Light. After that, they could scrutinise the multi-millions being invested in major new housing developments at the Vark site, Galleys Gill, Seaburn, the Sheepfolds, and the land next to the Northern Spire Bridge, and lots of other places. And while they're at it, they could scrutinise all the multi-millions going into Roker and Seaburn, the new stack, the new hotel, new bars and restaurants, new car parking, and the 2.5 million being invested in the new public realm improvements. All of that can be scrutinised. No wrong with scrutiny. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilson. Deputy Leader.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very quick. It was just I wasn't going to speak, but it was just after Councillor Doyle and the comments that he made in relation to, in particular, the chairs and previous chairs of scrutiny being appointed because they'll toe the line with regards to the leader. I thought that was quite appalling. And a personal insult on people who are currently chairs and somebody such as myself who's a previous chair for 10 years. And all I can say is when I was chair, I made sure that the relevant portfolio holder and officers were taken and held to account. And if things needed to be called in, they were called in prior to decision by Cabinet. But I've since calmed down, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Michael Dixon is the more sensible section of the Conservative Party, and he does recollect that there's been some good chairs of scrutiny, and there are good chairs of scrutiny now, and it's less about party, it's more about the individuals and their ability to function as a chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Point of personal explanation, Mr. Mayor.
Who's that, Councillor Doyle?
Councillor Doyle, yes.
Yeah, if you're quick, yeah.
Yeah, no, it was just to say very quickly, Mr. Mayor, that I'm not sure that Councillor Stewart was listening very carefully to my speech, but when I was making those remarks concerning political appointments, political patronage, I was quoting a report produced by a select committee. So it's not necessarily just my point of view, but it's the view of a select committee comprised of many different members of Parliament from across the political spectrum. I just thought I should place that on record, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for the clarity, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Mullen, you've got the right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it very brief. I think the Chief Executive might be shocked to hear Councillor Miller's comments that I don't speak to him very often, because if anything, I probably speak to him too often and with too many requests. And on that basis, I don't wish to cause anybody embarrassment, but I was aware via the Chief Executive, because all opposition leaders were told about forthcoming scrutiny arrangements and reviews. The aim of this motion was really to guarantee the role of opposition councillors being heard within that, to guarantee that we would accept the findings and to place on record that we were willing to do that. And that really, Mr. Mayor, was the aim of the motion. It wasn't because we were ignorant to what was going on. It was to secure our own position in giving a feedback on it. But I'm pleased that others are supporting it, and thank everyone for their comments.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mullen. Do we need to take a vote on the motion?
Agreed.
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 Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll now move on to the final motion, which is on the subject of the action of fly tipping. I now call upon Councillor MacDonagh to read and move the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, fly tipping incidents blight our community and caused undeserved stress and suffering for our residents. As well as making our streets, back lanes and green spaces untidier, fly tipping also contributes to the city's rat problem. We believe the council's encouragement over punishment approach to environmental enforcement should be replaced with a more proactive and punitive policy, as well as wishing to see a more proactive enforcement relating to other environmental crimes such as dog fouling. This council believes in punishing those who do wrong and rewarding those who do right, and it is therefore resolved to invest in new CCTV in fly tipping hotspots across the city, introduce harsher punishments for those caught fly tipping, including increased fines, establish a fly tipping hardship fund to reimburse residents who can demonstrate that they have paid to have fly-tipped rubbish removed from their neighbourhood, or where they can demonstrate that they have removed it themselves to reimburse their fuel costs.
Was there any more on that, Councillor MacDonald? Was that it?
No, that was it.
Okay, so I'll take it you move the motion.
Yes, I move the motion. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor McKeith, would you like to second the motion?
I second the motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Doyle, Councillor MacDonald, would you like to speak on it, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'll be as brief as I possibly can. I realise tonight we've had 3 motions where we've all been in agreement. Let's see if we can get 4 out of 4, shall we? But anyway, I bring this motion here today to attempt to address an issue which affects every single one of our communities. I'll be brief, as I feel the motion speaks for itself, and the councillors of all parties will recognise the need for it. Fly tipping is a menace to our city, and there is no excuse for dumping rubbish and destroying our environment. As a councillor, a large proportion of complaints from local residents concern fly tipping, which blights our local areas and takes up a huge amount of time and resources from our hard-working council teams on the ground. Fly tipping makes our streets untidy, destroys green spaces, and contributes to the rat problem which many residents have complained about. Just this morning, I have received 2 reports of fly tipping in my ward from residents, and it is almost a daily occurrence. I'm sure other councillors here today will echo my belief that fly tipping is one of the top problems that we face, and that the current strategy, unfortunately, doesn't seem to be working. We remain one of the worst areas for fly tipping in the country, and fly tipping has increased considerably during lockdown. Despite this, convictions remain low in comparison. In my ward, we see fly tipping regularly taking place on Foxcover, in Farringdon, and in other grot spots across the area. We know where these grot spots are, but little seems to be being done to stop the fly tipping taking place in the first place, instead simply cleaning up in the aftermath. As a council, we need to look again at how we stop fly tipping and to take a zero-tolerance approach to this menace. This motion urges the council to change from an encouragement over punishment approach to a zero-tolerance approach to the fly tippers, which would put punishment at its heart. We have had various reports recently of fly tippers being caught, but instead of being fined or facing other punishments, they have simply been encouraged not to do it again. They're offered advice, whilst the taxpayer is made to pick up the bill to clear things up, offering no recompense. In 2019-2020, 1,249 fly tipping offences were reported, over 3 a day. However, 150 warning letters were sent, resulting in no punishment, and only 277 fines were actually issued. It seems that the current approach simply isn't working, as fly tipping remains prevalent in our communities. We are letting many offenders off lightly, and as councillors, we need to say no more and develop a new strategy which addresses this situation. As councillors, we know where the grot spots are in our communities, where fly tipping takes place again and again. This motion urges the council to listen to us as councillors, develop a plan, and focus resources in these areas. We would like to see more cameras in these locations, hardware which would both capture the fly tippers in the act, as well as acting as a deterrent. The areas are also blighted, which are also blighted by fly tipping, are often also hit by antisocial behaviour, meaning that the cameras could also act as a deterrent to other criminal activity. We would also like to see an increase in the fines given for fly tipping, ending the encouragement strategy and ensuring that everyone who is caught is fined and punished for fly tipping in our communities. A real zero tolerance approach. The increased revenue brought in from these fines would almost certainly pay for the additional enforcement and equipment that we're requesting, as well as paying to establish a hardship fund for residents who have done the decent thing and removed fly tipping from their property or neighbourhood. This would be evidence-based, but would offer a level of compensation to those who we know already clear our communities at their own expense. This is something that has been trialled in other authorities, such as Wiltshire and Haringey, and has been very successful. This motion is certainly not a party political one, and I acknowledge that fly tipping is a very difficult thing to combat. But as I said previously, I think we can all recognise the need for more to be done around this issue, as the current strategy doesn't seem to be working well enough. I hope that if this motion passes, we can all work together across party lines, along with council officers, to identify the areas of need, set out the new strategy, bring more of the fly tippers to justice, and make our communities better and cleaner. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKeith, if you'd like to speak now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to be brief. Speaking with residents, we can see that people are frustrated at the increase in fly tipping, and why wouldn't they be? So our proposed approach isn't of criticism of officers, but we'll look at a different method to try and deter such actions. I only spoke to a resident this morning who had phoned me of new signage in her area, but rang to say someone had fly tipped underneath the sign that said refrain from fly tipping. So under our proposals, we would hopefully see a reduction in fly tipping, which would in turn help bring down the rat problem we have in the city. The investment in new CCTV, harsher punishments and a fly tipping hardship fund could only see improvements in our city. So I urge members to vote for this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McKeith. I understand that the Deputy Leader has an amendment. Deputy Leader, can you read it out, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First paragraph, after untidier, fly tipping, add and other antisocial behaviour such as littering, dog fouling and indiscriminate dropping of uneaten food. After rat, delete problem and add population. Third paragraph, after in the right, add and therefore welcomes the positive outcomes of recent consultation with residents on increasing its enforcement powers to take necessary action. After therefore, delete resolves to.
We'll just wait for the other screen to come up.
Brilliant. Okay. First bullet point, begin with recognises current and proposed, delete invest in. After CCTV, add investment by this council. After city, add despite more than 10 years of austerity resulting in an annual funding gap now totaling over 315 million. Second bullet point, delete the second bullet point and replace with welcomes the recent decision of Cabinet to increase fines within the revised Public Spaces Protection Order to the maximum permitted under current legislation and will ensure this principle applies where practicable to all fines issued in relation to antisocial behaviour. And third bullet point, begin with request that the Executive Director of Corporate Services reports back to Cabinet on establishing, and delete the word establish.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Leader. Leader, do you second the amendment?
Mr. Mayor, I second the amendment and reserve the right to speak.
Okay. Deputy Leader, would you like to speak to the...
Do you want me to read the new motion out, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, please.
Right, okay. Fly tipping incidents blight our community and cause undeserved stress and suffering for our residents, as well as making our streets, backlanes and green spaces untidier. Fly tipping and other antisocial behaviour such as littering, dog fouling and indiscriminate dropping of uneaten food also contributes to the city's rat population. We believe the Council's encouragement over punishment approach to environmental enforcement should be replaced with a more proactive and punitive policy, as well as wishing to see more proactive enforcement relating to other environmental crimes such as dog fouling. This Council believes in punishing those who do wrong and rewarding those in the right, and therefore welcomes the positive outcomes of recent consultation with residents on increasing its enforcement powers to take necessary action. It therefore recognises current and proposed new CCT investment by this Council in fly tipping hotspots across the city, despite more than 10 years of austerity, resulting in an annual funding gap now totalling over 315 million. Welcomes the recent decision of Cabinet to increase fines within the revised Public Spaces Protection Order, PSPO, to the maximum permitted under current legislation, and will ensure this principle applies where practicable to all fines issued in relation to antisocial behaviour. Requests that the Executive Director of Corporate Services reports back to Cabinet on establishing a fly tipping hardship fund to reimburse residents who can demonstrate that they have paid to have fly tip rubbish removed from their neighbourhood, or where they can demonstrate they have removed it themselves to reimburse their fuel costs. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to this now?
Yes. Okay. Yes. I'll be relatively short because I think it's been a long night. I'll just the reasons for amending this motion, Mr. Mayor, is that the original motion had a number of key omissions that I think we need to see the whole picture. It failed to take account of the wider antisocial behaviour issues that residents have raised through our Let's Talk initiative. Indeed, there was a complete omission from the motion to the action already being taken by this council to consult through the recent consultation on increased powers through the public. I was about to say the public sector through the recent order for additional powers to tackle antisocial behaviour. There was a failure again to recognise the work already undertaken by the council to address antisocial behaviour in the city. There was some kind of suggestion within the original motion that this council hasn't been doing anything, where it clearly has. And finally, there was a failure to acknowledge the work undertaken, and it's been despite 10 years of council austerity. I'll just make a couple of additional points. One, there's obviously the reference of CCTV, and that is important. But I think we need to remind ourselves, and again, why this has been amended, is that we have 70 CCTV cameras in this city under the control of the council, and that 25 of these cameras have been purchased since 2018. So it's not as if the council hasn't been doing anything, Mr. Mayor. The police have downloaded since 2018 1,356 occasions. They've downloaded information to help with their inquiries with regards to prosecutions. Do we need more CCTV? The answer to that is yes, because the residents are telling us that through Let's Talk. And I'm quite sure the members from the North Area Committee will be quite clear that tomorrow the North Area Committee will be looking at a significant increase in CCTV on the North area of the council. Mr. Mayor, I think this motion, as amended, allows us to see the whole picture, and that whole picture is that the council has done a lot, but it still needs to do more to support the residents with regards to antisocial behaviour. And with that, I would urge members to support the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Leader. Does anybody else wish to speak to the amendment, please?
Councillor Farthing, Councillor Hodson, Councillor Mann, Councillor McDonough, Councillor Denny Wilson, So, Mr. Mayor, the speakers on the amendment are Councillors Farthing, Hodson, Mann, McDonough and Denny Wilson.
And then do we have the leader and then Councillor McDonough again? Or?
And Councillor Stewart will have Sorry, apologies. Councillor McDonagh actually has the right of reply on the amendment as he proposed the motion. So the leader will speak just before, who reserved the right to speak. The leader will speak just before Councillor McDonagh.
Thank you, William. That's what I had down actually. So, Councillor Farthing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's quite interesting that we've just recently, or it's quite ironic that in the last motion, we were talking about scrutiny, because I'm fairly certain that you probably were on the committee. I certainly wasn't, but I do know that one of our scrutiny committees actually looked at this and recommended that we sort of became harsher with those that fly tipped and dropped litter. And I think since that scrutiny report, and it is a few years ago, we have actually put that into practice, and it's been a gradual process with more and more fines and more restrictions and other methods of trying to control something which seems to get worse every day rather than get less. I think that for me, and I suppose for most councillors, the lockdown produced far more reports than I've ever had in the past of fly tipping and litter, because there were more people around walking and seeing what was actually in our sort of areas of what I would call quite natural beauty, the woods, etc., that we have in Washington. Now, I have for a long time been disgusted, and I can only describe it as disgusted, by the slip roads from along the highways of Washington, and particularly the one that comes from the A182 down to the 1231 roundabout, because that, and unfortunately at the moment it's closed because the bridges are getting sort of repaired. But normally when you go down there, it is absolutely disgusting, and I've always described it as a midden. And it must be at least 2 years ago, if not longer, that I suggested to John Ritchie and Patrick Melia that we put cameras on these slip roads so that we could fine drivers where stuff was emitted from their vehicles, because it's awful when you go there, and anybody from Washington I think would agree with me. And also the other thing, I think that we recently at Washington Area Committee agreed to sort of spend more money on a further environmental enforcement officer and to look at cameras, etc., because we've definitely got a problem on certain areas of Washington where we get a sort of regular amount of fly tipping. And in one part of my ward, it's a mattress. It's probably a mattress every week is fly tipped. Now, I'm fairly convinced, and I've suggested it to the enforcement officer, that it's the firms that deliver the mattresses. They're offering to take it away, but they're not. They're just dropping it somewhere near the estate. And I really think that this is, sorts of things that happens all the time. And these mattresses sometimes actually get sort of buried in the undergrowth, because I mentioned Councillor George Thompson not so long since when I was talking about the pesticides. And one day when we were doing a sort of litter pick, we actually uncovered a mattress in the undergrowth, and it was sort of fairly buried. We just about dug it out, but by the time we'd got it out, it was fairly rotten. But there is so much of this fly tipping goes everywhere. And I watched a programme on the TV. It was a panorama programme about 3 weeks ago, and I recommend it to anybody who's concerned about fly tipping, because it's not just a Sunderland issue, it's a national issue. And there is a company, a sort of charity company, I think, that this guy set up because I think he'd done well in business and he'd sort of semi-retired. And he uses drones to actually monitor fly tipping. And I think that might be something that we want to consider as well in some of our areas that are more difficult to reach. So it is a problem, and we are tackling it. And I think that as we've said from Let's Talk, the public are behind us. But certainly I think we do definitely need more cameras, because they do act as a deterrent, and I think it's important that we do have deterrence. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Farthing. Councillor Hodson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sunderland. And just to let you know, my group had proposed an amendment to this motion. We're happy to withdraw that amendment, and we'll speak instead to this majority group amendment. So just for your reference and Governance Services Officer's reference, we'll go along with this. We're happy to vote for this amendment and for the motion, whether it's amended or not. But part of the reason for this is because what residents are saying, residents have told us through the council's own consultation, but certainly every councillor, that the cleanliness of Sunderland is a major concern for them, that lots of people refer to their own hometown in a very disparaging way of it being a bit of a tip, especially the city centre, and often comparing it negatively with other neighbouring boroughs. That's something we need to get a grip on. So my group is always behind moves to tackle this problem, especially as it's something which affects both urban and rural areas of the council. There's certainly a feeling amongst residents that Sunderland is a bit of a soft touch when it comes to enforcing fly tipping and tackling fly tippers, and we really need to get a handle on that. I have noticed over the past year or two that the council is taking a more proactive stance in publicising its successful enforcement actions, and it needs to really to do that to change the culture. Because what is needed is a cultural change widespread amongst the city that changes people's behaviour. And the reason we wanted to move an amendment is I am concerned that the Conservative motion as it stands doesn't allow for that sort of cultural change, because some of the measures that it's proposing are just tackling the symptoms and not getting down to the cause. Both in the motion and Louise Farling speaking there mentioned CCTV, which is something that residents demand very frequently. And it does work, but in a very limited way. It's very sensible, for example, in motorway slip roads and things like that. But we've got to recognise that if you have CCTV cameras, you need staff resource to follow up and investigate on information found by CCTV, and that's a massive requirement. If you have CCTV in back lanes, who is going to flag up reports of fly tipping that come into the customer services network to the security network to make sure they bring it up and then actually follow up an image of a single individual dropping a load of waste in a lane? Unless you've got a car registration, it's very hard to follow up on CCTV. So it's only a partial solution. We definitely need more staffing, and I acknowledge the Labour amendment brings that to bear, and also that there is, as part of the budget that's gone through, a move in as part of the Environmental Services Review to hopefully increase staffing in enforcement. We desperately do need to see that, because if we want to be able to issue more fines and take a hard line with enforcement, there needs to be staff to actually do the detective work. That's the time-consuming human resource bit that we're missing at the moment. I am concerned that the hardship fund that's proposed might have considerable costs to administer. And that money, certainly I would rather see spent on enforcement staff, because I think that's the immediate problem. The other thing that isn't mentioned in either the amendment or the motion that my group wanted to raise is that we investigate the possibility of using selective licensing or an approved landlord scheme to tackle the problem of fly tipping and rubbish management arising from tenanted properties. That's certainly a big problem in the city centre and more urban areas, and something that I'd like us to tackle. But as I say, we're all in favour of the spirit of both the motion and the amendment, and my group will be supporting it. Thanks for your patience, Mayor Sunderland.
Thank you, Councillor Hodson. Councillor Mann?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Fully endorse and support both the substantive motion and the amendment. Fly tipping, as my colleagues have spoken, is relentless, absolutely relentless, and it's horrific to see across the city. And as ward councillors within our wards, it's the minority of people that indiscriminately fly tip over and over again, flying in the face of common decency. We all try to do our bit, but walking around my ward, which has one of the most beautiful riverside areas in the city, and to see this constant fly tipping and to have it cleared, and then to go back a few days later or a week later and there's another one there. It is, as I say, heartbreaking. So fully support this motion. It's difficult. It's a very, very difficult thing to police, isn't it? We know that the police, in fact, are working on it. We know that they try their best. It's also a fair point by Councillor Hodson there that what's needed is more staffing, because we can provide the cameras, but it's who's going to be looking at the footage, who's going to be doing the reporting from the wards. So, yes, I agree with all points that have been said. It might be an idea to involve Gen 2 in this as well, because I've had reports across my ward with people chucking bags of rubbish and other things over from Gentoo properties, over fences into areas that are council-owned land, which encourages rats, which causes problems for neighbours. And once again, it's difficult to police. So if you can't find evidence, it's hard. But yes, if we can please do something to get back to the residents that it's something that we need to crack down on. The residents will be very, very pleased to see us all agreeing on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It always puts a smile on my face, Mr. Mayor, when I see Councillors McDonough and McKeith trying to steal Labour's clothes again. This Labour group's listening to residents and their concerns over the last 3 years is exactly why everything that's in this notice of motion is already being enacted and being worked upon, whether it's through new enforcement officers, whether it's through the public space protection order with the increased fines, and what we're trying to do regarding listening to residents and keeping areas clean, green and safe. Area committees having increased budgets to deliver neighbourhood improvements and neighbourhood safety issues that are unique to each different area. So it just puts a smile on my face when I get a notice of motion, which is pretty much a report card for this Labour group. So I'm hoping Councillor McDonough will thank us when he gets his right of reply for having been so far thinking that we've done pretty much all of this already. The one issue that is interesting and actually is a good bullet point for me is the hardship fund. I think that does need to be looked at. I do agree with Councillor Hodson that that might be expensive, but we won't know until we try it. So I think we need to give the benefit of the doubt to the hardship fund and see how that runs. So we need to have a look at what happens there. But the big issue in all of this is culture change. We can buy loads of cameras. We will not fix the problem. We don't have the money. We're £315 million down from 11 years ago in our revenue budget. So we do not have the money to do everything that I think we would all like to do to keep the city clean and green and safe and catch those people who abuse the city and fly tip and despoil it. So we do what we can with the resources that we've got. And the key thing for us has definitely been let's talk. We got thousands of comments regarding the public space protection order, which enabled this council to say we are working with residents, we are working for residents, and we're no longer doing things to them. And that's because this Labour group recognised that we had to talk more to residents and listen to residents and deliver what they were saying was really important to them. So we're going to, obviously, we needed to amend the motion. I think Councillor Stewart clearly went through all of that and did it very well. So we've got a society under stress. We've lived under a public health crisis for a year. As Councillor Farthing pointed out, people are out more, seeing more, because they're furloughed, there's increased unemployment, businesses are closed, unfortunately, and we're getting more complaints, and that is understandable, and it just means we have to deal with it. But we're now fining the maximum that we're allowed to do. If I can find the budget with senior officers to get even more enforcement officers, Councillor McDonough, we will do so, because it clearly is what our residents want, and this Labour group's fully aware of it, and we introduced these changes back in 2017, 2018, and we'll continue to do it. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We'll be obviously supporting the amendment.
Okay. Councillor Denny Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm disappointed Councillor McKeith once more says they raised part of the North Area Committee. And as the leader just said, we're already doing this. In August 2019, we spent over £100,000 to install extra CCTV cameras, extra to those already supplied by the council. Also, we wanted to employ an environmental enforcement officer, extra to those already working for the council. This officer is dedicated just to the North Area only, allowing for a lot more time to be spent on our local hotspots. In December 2020, the North Area Committee aligned £100,000 for more CCTV cameras. However, we've had second thoughts, Mr. Mayor. We can do better. So tomorrow night at North Area Committee, we will be agreeing another £100,000 for more CCTV cameras. This is Let's Talk Sunderland. This is making it a total of over £300,000 the North Area Committee has spent on extra CCTV cameras and extra enforcement since 2019. The opposition don't have to come to full council to raise this issue about cameras. That was sorted out at the own area committees, which I think they're in the majority of some. Can you imagine, Mr. Mayor, if all 5 areas had spent the same money as us in the north? That would be £1.5 million spent on extra CCTV and extra enforcement across the city. And just to be helpful for those people watching on YouTube and around the world, when lockdown's lifted and many people come to the north area, either to stay in one of our wonderful hotels or just visit to marvel at our wonderful wildflowers, or play with the children on our beautiful beaches and wine and dine in our fabulous seafront restaurants, then stroll around the marina and visit the National Glass Centre, or tour our fabulously restored historic Hilton Castle and picturesque Anglo-Saxon church at St. Peter's, and marvel at our beautiful landmark windmill, or cheer and shout and sing at a rousing football match, or attend an amazing concert held at the Stadium of Light, or just enjoy relaxing in the Aquatic Centre, or taking photos of your family with the coming soon magical history tour app. Whatever reason you come for, please be on your best behaviour, because when you're in the north, you'll be on CCTV. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor McDonough, you have the right to reply.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I mean, Councillor Stewart started this evening for the new procedures that were pushed through today, saying that he thought they would cut down on political point scoring. Well, unfortunately, Councillor Stewart has spent the entire night, as he does in every meeting, political point scoring, and he's done that here once again with this amendment. Unfortunately, for me, this amendment does water down this motion far too much for my liking. It makes it a lot weaker, and I'm not particularly happy with it. For one, it takes away the zero tolerance approach, in my opinion, and that's something that I'm afraid I can't support, because that is key to this. The council has been doing stuff. We know it has. The council's been working hard, and the officers always do work hard. We know that. That's not an issue here. But what we're saying is that we're not hitting enough people. We're letting people get away with it, and the figures speak for themselves. Well over half of fly tipping does not get punished in this city, and 1/3 of fly tippers who are caught get off scot-free. They get a letter, and that's it. That's not good enough for me. That's not going to stop them from doing it again. This, like I say, amendment is just too weak for me. It completely waters it down, and it does very little for me. I'm happy that Labour have acknowledged that certain ideas that we put forward, like the hardship fund, are good. Hopefully we can go forward with that still and work together on that. I would also say that something that Councillor Miller says a lot, that, you know, he wants us to talk to him, he wants us to come to him and work with him on things. That works two ways. If Councillor Stewart and Councillor Miller, you know, had concerns about this motion's been in for, you know, a while now. They could have very easily, you know, had a word with me. We could have had a chat and we could have sorted something out. I'm sure we could have, as adults, we could have had that conversation and we could have made something really constructive. We haven't, unfortunately. So it does work two ways, and I am disappointed with that. I really am. We've also got the issue in there about money and people saying, oh, we haven't got enough money and things like that. The last thing I would just say is, well, apparently we've got over £3 million to put furniture in a new civic centre, but apparently we haven't got enough money to keep our streets clean. And that's disappointing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Can we have the vote on the amendment, please?
Agreed.
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 Can we go to a vote, Mr. Mayor? Can we go to a vote, please?
Yeah, I was waiting to see if somebody asked for it, but we were going to go. If you've asked to go for a vote, can we please arrange an electronic vote, please?
Mr. Mayor, vote 4's available now.
Okay, thank you. Can people please vote?
Mr. Mayor, what are we voting for? Is it the substantive or the amendment?
Sorry, you're voting for the amendment.
The amendment. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if members could please stop voting now, and if we could have the initial figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 37 votes for, 9 votes against, and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Can we have...
Yes, I'll take the remaining votes now, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
For Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
For Elaine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
For.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Heron.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Doris McKnight.
For. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heron.
I've already voted.
Oh, have you? Sorry. Apologies. Are there any other members who haven't been able to vote yet?
Councillor Scanlon.
Could we have your vote, please?
For.
Thank you.
Councillor Ledbetter.
And your vote, please?
Against. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't voted yet? I think that's all the votes now, Mr. Mayor, and so could we have the updated totals when the office is ready, please?
Mr. Mayor, we've had 45 votes for, 11 votes against, and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. So the vote on the amendment's been carried. Can I now have a look at the substantive motion, please? New one. Okay, right and saying now. Fly tipping incidents blight our community and cause undeserved stress and suffering on our residents, as well as making our streets, back lanes and green spaces untidier. Fly tipping and other antisocial behaviours such as littering, dog fouling and indiscriminate dropping of uneaten food also contributes to the city's rat population. We believe the Council's encouragement over punishment approach to environmental enforcement should be replaced with a more proactive and punitive policy, as well as wishing to see a more proactive enforcement relating to other environmental crimes such as dog fouling. Next slide, please. This Council believes in punishing those who do wrong and rewarding those in the right, and therefore welcomes the positive outcomes of recent consultation with residents on increasing its enforcement powers to take necessary action. It therefore recognises current and proposed new CCTV investment by the City Council in fly tipping hotspots across the city, despite more than 10 years of austerity, resulting in an annual funding gap now totaling over £315 million. It welcomes the recent decision of Cabinet to increase the fines within the revised Public Space Protection Order, PSPO, to the maximum permitted under the current legislation, and will ensure that principle applies where practicable. All fines issued in relation to antisocial behaviour. Requests that the Executive Director of Corporate Services reports back to the Council on establishing a fly tipping hardship fund to reimburse residents who can demonstrate that they've paid to have fly tip rubbish removed from their neighbourhood, or where they can demonstrate that they have removed it themselves to reimburse the fuel costs. Is there any further amendments or comments? Members, do we agree the substantive motion?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Can we go to a vote, please, Mr. Mayor?
Agreed.
Can we go to a vote, please, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, it's been suggested we go to a vote. Can we have a vote set up, please?
Jeez.
Mr. Mayor, vote 5's available now.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Can members?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if members could stop voting now, please, and if we could have the initial figures.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 37 votes for, 1 vote against, and 9 abstentions.
Okay, Lynn, can we make sure that we get the other people's votes who haven't had the chance to vote yet, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor Francis. Councillor Francis, could we have your vote, please?
Keep forgetting that, Mike. Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
For Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
For Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Heron.
For Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
For, please.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Doris McKnight.
For Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I voted, I placed the vote wrongly. Could I change my vote, please?
Yes, please.
Could I vote for, please?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. Can that be amended, please?
Councillor Williams, could you just confirm, did you vote against or abstain by mistake?
I voted against.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
That's fine. Are there any other members who haven't voted yet?
Councillor Scanlon, for.
Thank you.
Councillor Ledbetter.
Could we have your vote, please?
Abstain.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't given their vote? I think that's everybody, Mr. Mayor. And so when the officer's ready, if we could have the updated figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 46 votes for, no votes against, and 11 abstentions.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. So obviously the new substantive motion's being carried. We'll now move on to item 14, which is reports, which includes the report of the leader on special urgency decision and report on appointments to committees on outside bodies. And a supplementary agenda has been circulated with a report on the approval of reason of absence from meetings. We will now take these in turn, starting with the Leader's report on special urgency decisions. Leader, will you please move the report?
I move the report, Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Leader, do you second the report?
Second the report, Mr. Mayor.
Does Council agree to receive the report?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed. Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Next is the report for appointments to committees on outside bodies. Leader, would you please move the report?
I so move the report, Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Leader, do you second the report?
Second the report and reserve the right to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Leader, do you wish to speak to the report?
No, it's fully laid out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If any member wishes to speak on the report, please indicate and state whether you have an amendment, a comment or a question.
Agreed.
Okay, Deputy Leader, do you wish to speak?
No, fine, Mr. Mayor. Happy with the report.
Okay, Leader, do you have anything else to say?
Mr. Mayor, there's so much more I could say, but I think you'd lose patience with me. No, thank you very much.
Can we agree the report?
Agreed.
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 The final report on the agenda is the approval of absence from meetings. Leader, will you please move the report?
I so move.
Deputy Leader?
I so move the report, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Deputy Leader, do you second the report?
No, I'm happy to second the report, Mr. Mayor.
Leader, do you wish to speak to the report?
No, it's fully laid out, Mr. Mayor.
Is the Deputy Leader, do you wish to say anything?
No, fine, Mr. Mayor, with the report.
Is the report agreed?
Agreed.
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 Thank you, everyone. It's been a long meeting, and I thank you for your patience, and I thank you for your attendance.
Thank you
very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Well done. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you,
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.